All right, we're going live now. There we go. Whew. Let me tell you, people, what a couple of days. Bad times were had. And, haven't even gotten a chance to do my laundry yet, so, yeah! Oh, apparently we are unstable on our bit rate. I don't know why it's telling me that. We're not missing any frames yet. Shape up. Shape up, Twitch. This is your fault. Alright, well, there we go. Alright, moving right along. Let's get in that queue. We got a Bugsy. We got a Scourge in the way. Can't quite see him from right there, but he's definitely there. And now, we wait. Whew. Alright. Get some things set up. Get my Discord up. Forgot to tell last time, yeah. Alright, here we go. Now live. And ready to rock and roll. Yep. I definitely want to do that. Mark these as red, mark those as red. Those are important. And boom. We're back at it. Alright, nice. Scourge, you are still in the way. But less in the way than you were. So, first things first. Gold saucer. That's right. The first things first is always the gold saucer. We need to get ourselves those tickets and make a little bit of money. And hopefully, here in a few days, probably tomorrow, we will do the fashion report. And that'll get us up to where we need to go as far as the MGP for the car. We did the quest. I want the keys. We're gonna go for it. Alright, gatekeeper lady. Leap of faith. Ooh, you know what I like. Jagger, what are you doing? You challenge log, that's what got me mine. Thank you, Shaz. Yeah, we're going to be doing that for sure. Doing gates is part of the challenge log. We'll get there. So how are you doing, Shaz? Hopefully you're having a great day this Thursday, almost evening. Oh wow, there's hardly anybody in this one. It's going to go quick. We gotta get the steps. There we go. Alright, get this one. Go up the steps again. Get that one. Leap. Leap. I don't know why it's called Leap of Faith. Ain't a lot of faith going on here. This is 100% talent. Raw, unmitigated, jumping talent. Good, you beat RR. Nice. Thermonuclear beans. Yeah. Speaking of thermonuclear beans, so my Catgar, right? And I'll get into this more later, but anyways, son of a bitch. Okay, so Catgar, Tuxedo Cat, he's the one that I use for the picture on the Discord and on my channel, all over the place, Twitter too, I think, because he's just a cute cat. But he has a nuclear reactor in his belly. I have never met a cat in my life who can get more warm or transfer more warmth to anybody than him. Like, hands down, the cat is so warm. I don't know. Damn it! I don't know how he does it. And yeah, if you ever need like a hot water bottle or like a heated blanket, now you just need a Catgar. I gotta leak some radiation all over you. Everything will be fine. I keep making that same mistake. Okay, we can do this. Maybe we do need to have faith. Maybe I shouldn't have insulted it. All right. But that ties into the thing I really want to talk about today, which is how dare assholes drop cats off in the, just around. Not take them to a vet or not try to, gainfully I don't want to say dispose of them, because the goal isn't dispose of them. It's just people dumping cats, right? Or dumping any animal. Don't dump your animals. There are shelters all over the damn place. But no! I managed to pick up... Scourge, I really can't do this with you right here, man. You're in my way. Oh, you're gonna big stretch right over the keyboard. Thank you. It's not like I'm on a timer or anything. Don't even let me finish my thought, you bastard. Okay, so the gold one's there. There's the end. There's another bronze one down there I missed. Let's go get that one. Alright. But yeah, people just leaving their animals. Because I found 4 cats last night. Right? So when I was not doing the stream, you know what I was doing? Hey, Rackgoyle, how you doing? Yeah, Queen's really tore up about it. It was her cat. For those of you who don't know, we're roommates. But yeah, so her cat was the one that got out. And now understand this, right? Did I get all the... I did, okay, good. Gotta go over there. The cat gets out fairly often, right? And she usually comes back. You know, same night or next day. Just, that's what she does, you know? She sneaks out, she runs underneath the dog's legs when, you know, when we're trying to get the dog out, and she gets out. I guess is what I'm trying to say there. It's hard to... Well, I almost ate the Grand Canyon there. So, she routinely gets out. Usually she comes back. This time she is not. And that's the main source of contention, right? So we're trying to find her. So I'm driving around. We're driving around, seeing any cat that we can find. We're walking the neighborhood. We're talking to people, trying to get, you know, recruit other people to help. So, jeez. And in the process of doing that, we find a tiny cat. She's clearly been not been, you know, fed regularly, right? Skinny as hell. And is missing some fur on her tail because she got bit by a dog. At least that's what we think. Or bit by something, right? So she is just the sweetest little cat. And people just dropped her off. So we ended up taking her home because I'm not gonna... I don't want to let a cat that I could otherwise save, you know, perish because of my inaction, right? So we saved the cat. And, you know, we recently had a cat that we didn't own, but 5 minutes, yeah, I know, thank you. Okay, how about this? How about I do the leap of faith, concentrate on that, and then I'll rant about what happened to the cats. Because I feel like it actually deserves the full rant that I would normally give. Because, man, let me tell you, I am incredibly pissed off about this. More so than I usually get mad. I usually don't get very mad. It takes a lot to rustle my jimmies enough that I get upset. It's just the way I am. I wasn't always this way. It took a lot of time to get this way. But, yeah. Oh, we can just skip that one. Don't need that guy. Nope, missed that. Okay. And back up, we try it again. I don't know why this is so hard. I'm out of practice, that's why. Definitely out of practice. You'd think a Dragoon could never be out of practice, right? Being as, you know, our job is literally jumping around the realm as much as we possibly can, always. But, yeah. The more you know... Okay. There we go. Jump there. There we go. We're using these pro moves. It's called side hopping. There we go. Okay. So let's get out of here. We'll go do our tickets. Farm cat was just ditched near the farm and not... Yeah, no, that's pretty much exactly what happened, right? So we had this cat. We're calling her Risky Business. There'll be pictures in the Discord once I get more pictures out. Once I can take some more pictures. But, you know, she's just a super sweet cat. And the thing that broke my heart is when we were walking back, she was following us, right? Because we pet her. She was, you know, happy. You know, oh, doesn't like being touched? That's fair. Yeah, this cat just wanted touch. She wanted attention. She wanted anybody to pay attention to her and just give her some food, right? So we took her home. We gave her a bunch of food. She hung out in the yard. She didn't puke or anything. And we were just, you know, having the cat there in the yard. And then we went back out to see what we could find. You know, we got her situated. You know, we got an old dog kennel that we use. So we have her quarantined in a room, you know, in case she's sick or something and we don't know about it. You know, we're feeding her. She's warm. She's got food, water, and warmth. And now she's getting love. So risky business settled, right? As often as you can settle risky business. But being as it's a cat, you know, whatever. So then we go back out and we're trying to find our cat. And there we are, walking down the sidewalk. You know, I got a flashlight. You know, we're checking under porches. We're checking under cars to try and find our cat. Can't find her. We look down the sidewalk and I see the silhouette of a cat sitting in the sidewalk, right? And it looked just like our cat from a distance. You know, it was dark out. It was like, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night when we found him. And I'm like, oh, that could be the cat. That could be, you know, our kitty Dizzy. Or Isis, as we like to call her. You know, god of cats and all that jazz from Egyptian mythology. But we walked down the sidewalk and behold, this is not our cat. This is a adolescent at best. I mean, we're talking maybe 2-3 months old cat, right? Orange cat, very poofy tail, and just his fur made it look like he was our missing cat. So I pet him because, you know, I see a random cat, I'm gonna pet it. That's just how it is. You know, anybody who knows me should know that by now. If I see a cat, I'm gonna try and pet that cat because I like cats. In case you didn't know. Oh, you know, Bugsy. You know. So there we were. Pet this cat. And 2 more cats come out of the woodwork. A couple more tuxedo cats, right? And one a guy, one a girl. And I'm just like, okay, well, these are kittens. Somebody, they had collars on, right? These are somebody's kittens. So I'm not going to feel bad about, you know, giving somebody else's cats, you know, some treats or some pets because, you know, cats are loyal to their primary owners. You know, it's actually relatively hard to steal a cat. Generally speaking, you know, there's ways to win a cat, you know, win a cat over to your affections, but that's a whole different rant. So we pet him, give him some treats because we had treats with us because we were shaking the treats thing around, right? Because that's how you get a cat out. And they start following us. So now, at first it was just the 2, but then the 3rd when we tried to bring the cats back to the house we found them at, right? So the house we found them at, we thought, okay, this must clearly be their house. There's another cat out here. And she was a floofy cat too, a Himalayan. And these cats definitely have Himalayan in their heritage, just from the poofiness of their fur and their tails. You know, again, that's a whole other discussion, but, you know, you can clearly see that. And so we're like, okay, well, we have these cats here. They're following us. All right, so we walk back to our house. And we walk back to... Oh, nice. Okay, hang on. Nice. So, we walk back down to the house where we found them, and these kittens are following us the whole time, mind you. Kittens following us down the street, down the sidewalk. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. As we got back to our house the second time and we had all 3 in tow, I sit outside with them, you know, because we're just sitting outside waiting to see if, you know, just our interacting with each other will draw our cat back, right? Because that makes sense. You know, your cat, if it's missing, if it doesn't know how to get home and it hears your voice or it smells you, it's going to, you know, be able to follow that home, right? So, makes sense. So we're outside talking, and, you know, we have these kittens, and they're just roaming around, being little kittens. You know, they're coming over and getting pets. They want to cuddle. They want to get scritches. You know, we give them, they needed a lot of water. They were very, very thirsty. So we gave them all the water that we could. And... Oh, hi. I'll wave back because I'm polite. So, we're giving them all this, you know, we're giving them as much water as we can. And they're just hanging out. They're not going home. Oh, hey. Thank you. Somebody saying they love the streams to me. That's somebody in chat, and I don't know your name. I'm sorry. So there we are with 3 kittens now. Now, mind you, we have a cat that we just saved inside. Oh, okay, you do know. Ah, all right. So there we are. 3 kittens. Shit am I supposed to do with 3 more cats? I have too many cats in this damn house already. I can't. What am I going to do? Save 3 more cats? And so we're like, okay, so we set them up with the blanket. They got some water. They got some food. And I'm like, okay, we'll leave them outside. So I go inside to go about my business. I'm like, all right, I got to get cleaned up. I got to, see what else we can do to make sure we have the stream going tomorrow. You can't, here's the thing about streaming, right? You can't take a lot of days off, like ever. You take a day off, boom, there goes half your viewership, right? You gotta earn people's, viewership, and then you gotta earn it back if you take time off. And I was just taking 1 day off. Like last Friday, well, not a day off, but you know what it's like. So there we are with these cats. And the dog gets let out, because you have to let a dog out, and 2 of the cats treat themselves, right? And they treat themselves good. They got way up there. So now I gotta coax cats out of a damn tree. So I got my flashlight. I'm like, hey guys, come on down. Because, there's ways to talk to cats to kind of get them to do what you want, but you can't really get a cat to do what you want. Now without like tuna fish in your pocket, right? It just doesn't matter. They're going to be like, what you talking about, Willis? I don't give a shit what you're saying. Get out of my tree. It's not like I can climb a tree and get them. I mean, they're 30 feet up into the air, and I'm kind of fat, so me climbing a tree isn't really going to work. So the two males were the ones that treat themselves, ironically enough. The lady cat stayed on the ground. And she comes up to me and she's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, well, I'm going to pet you, and I'm going to see if your happiness draws your brothers down, because that's another thing about cats. Every single cat you've ever known is jealous as hell. They see another cat getting attention, they want that attention. That is their attention that is being stolen from them by this other cat. Now, like most things, that is a very cute drop bear, by the way. So, like most things, it's a spectrum, right? There's a spectrum of cat jealousy. Just like autism for people, there's a... Oh, yeah, okay. There's a scale for it. So, I figure, okay, these are kittens. They don't have a lot of self-control yet. So I pick her up, and I start petting her. And let me tell you, these fingers right here work magic on cats. It just, after years and years and years of petting cats, you know the right spots to find, right? Well, you got beat up. You got a couple of spots on your nose, Bugsy. You've probably been getting into fights. So, and guess what happens? Oh, it worked. That's right. Your boy Scourge coaxed 2 tree kittens out of a tree just by petting their sister. Now, this gets better, right? So, one of the cats, he's a little tuxedo boy, he came down. No problems, right? He was the first one up, but boy, did he come down fast. But he came down safe. Well, the other cat is this orange guy. The original one that we saw. And he likes to go fast. Boy, does he like to go fast. So, he comes down the tree, but too quick. So he's sliding, and he goes down so quick. So the way the tree is, trunk, and then it splays out its branches. So he comes down, he goes, whoo! Off the other side of the damn tree, right to the ground. And he's sitting there and he's like, what just happened? And I'm like, well, that's one way to get out of a tree, you little... I mean, he just basically railgunned himself out of the tree. It was just like that guy's, nose to forehead ratio that we talked about the other day. Just boom, right out of the tree. And so I'm like, all right, you're out of the tree. I set up the blankets, the water, all that food. So they're all good to go, and I go inside. Well... the tiniest little meows start serenading the entire house. So only one of the cats was really vocal. It was the little tuxedo guy. And he's going around the house to any open window he can find, crying. He is just meowing, and he tried to come in the door when I went out. And he was insistent on getting in the house, And usually you don't find that kind of behavior from cats on a new person, right? Somebody they just met that day. Unless they've been abandoned, right? You don't see that kind of behavior typically. Cats don't usually just follow you home unless there's some kind of stray that was abandoned. Some cats will, yeah. But a lot of times, they have loyalty to somebody else, so they may follow you home, but then they'll just go back. An older cat will do that. And, while these kittens had collars on them, they had flea collars on them. They were kind of tight, no tags. And when we talked to a couple of our neighbors, one of them said, yeah, I've seen an orange cat running around that's very fluffy, but not, like the cat you're looking for. And so then the internet sleuth that I am applied some of those sleuthing skills to real life, and they were abandoned. There's no other explanation for their behavior, combined with how we found them, how much they wanted the water. They have worms. We got to get worm medication now. Look, yeah, anyways. So we got to handle all that stuff now. So that's another hit to my pocketbook, which is whatever. It's fine. I'm not begging here. I'm not asking for anything. Please don't. But, I'm going to take care of this, right? I'm going to take care of these cats. I have to, at least for now. I'm going to try and get them adopted. They're very cute, horribly adorable. Yes, there will be pictures. I'm not going to be bringing them on stream until I can ensure that the other cats are okay with them, because if you know anything about cats, which I'm sure you do, you've been watching me at this point, you know that cats sometimes don't get along. And, there's a system for introducing cats to new cats. And so we're going to follow that system. We've kind of broken it a little bit, but there haven't been any incidents. So now we got to find homes for these 2 cats. But anyway, these 3 cats. So anyways, with the meowing, I keep getting distracted. I'm all over the place. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. And so we have these 3 kittens, and they're going around the house just meowing from the outside because they're so sad. They don't know what to do. I've been petting them and snuggling them all night because, look, if you get a chance to pet a kitten and hold it, you take that shot, all right? You miss 100% of the pets that you don't take, and I'm all about getting those pets. I'm going to get those pets. I'm going to hit 100% of the shots I take. I've never met a cat that didn't like me, all right? Just give me some time. Put me in a room with it. I'll pull some treats out of my pocket. Trust me, that little SOB will love me by the time we're done. So, and maybe that's a weird thing to take pride in, but, such is life. You got to take your wins where you can. You know what I'm saying? So, we talk it out between us, right? We were just going to let him outside. But as we're having the talk, you can hear the kitten outside the window. Meow, meow, meow. And I'm just like, curse you, bleeding heart. Why must you do this to me? We're supposed to think with this, not with this. Definitely not with that, with this. You think that shit worked? Shit didn't work. I broke down like a damn child lost their lollipop. Just done. Gone. I didn't cry. But on the inside I was. I keep my rain internal, you know what I'm saying? It's important. So we talk it out. We're going to hang on to him for 2 weeks. We're going to try and find a home for him. So I'm talking to my sister. I'm talking to my mom. I'm going to be like, hey, anybody who wants a cat? Okay, do they want 3 cats? Because I'd hate to split them up because they're all siblings, but I understand. That's perfectly fine. We can have another talk about how many cats you should get. That's a fun talk. But anyways, and what kind? Oof, I got cat facts for days. Seriously, I could talk about cats for probably an entire stream and not repeat myself. I mean, I would because I forget where I'm at, but that's beside the point. Hi, Scourge, what you doing? You're just getting in the way. That's fine. I'm not actively playing right now, but I'm going to gamble in a second, so you better be ready to move. That's what I thought. So, we get the room cleaned up that we're going to have them in. Because, again, when you get strays, you have to quarantine them from other cats. Because what if they're sick? You may not know if they're sick. And if you don't know they're sick, you got to act accordingly. So, we quarantine them, right? So, we have them in a room. And, we kicked all the other cats out. We got them some special kitten food. Here's another thing. If you get a kitten, you can't just feed a kitten any kind of food. They have to have a certain high enough protein content in their food to ensure that they don't get sick and that they actually grow. So you have to get kitten food. But, most people, you just buy kitten food anyways. But there's a point to that, right? It's about the protein content because cats are obligate predators as opposed to dogs who are more omnivorous, right? So you can fudge the numbers a bit more on the protein intake of a dog as opposed to a cat. But back to these cats. So we get it cleaned up. We get them inside. We have a litter box. We have a little box for them to lay in. We introduce them to everybody. We get them set it up. And then I go and I watch like a couple episodes of Highlander because if you've been watching the streams for a while, Scourge, he loves his 90s television. What can I say? So we're watching Highlander. And then I just pass out. And I sleep for a little while. I slept like shit. and, wake up and I'm like, all right, I'm sore, from walking 5 miles yesterday looking for a cat, but that's okay. So, I go and I get some things ready, and I go and I check on the cats. Now, these little guys, they're so scared and don't know what to do. They slept in the litter box because the litter box was in a corner and it was a box. And hey, Frent, welcome. Good gamble there. Oh, there you go. Yeah, clean her face up. She got in a fight earlier, Scourge. So I go in and check them. Hey, I'm just ranting about losing a cat and finding more cats, Frent. Let me tell you. Rescuing cats. Who thought I'd be doing this with my life? I mean, I always wished. I love cats. But not when I find cats that are abandoned. So, we get these cat dad. No, I really am. I mean, I love cats. I take care of mine. As you can see, they generally tend to love me a lot. So, they repay the favors, They've done wonders for my depression and my general emotional state, right? Like back when I first got them, I was in a really bad place. And I had a couple of friends that helped me out. But also, it was these two that really helped pull me out of that. Scourge lore, you don't necessarily need to know all that. Maybe I'll get into it at some other point. But anyways, so I go in there, and they're sleeping in the litter box. I'm like, son of a bitch. So I get the box that they were supposed to be sleeping in. I take some blankets out. Here's another thing. Don't put too many blankets in a box you want a cat to sleep in. And when you do, make sure that they're, smoothed out flat. It's a weird, like, visual edge kind of thing for cats. Also, use microfiber blankets. It reminds them of the softness of their mother. They'll sleep better. They might also nurse on microfiber blankets. That's a thing that usually happens when a cat was weaned too early from its mother. You don't even have to put in cat facts today. I'm just going to download all this right into your guys' brain. Just turn on the 5G. Here it comes. Here it comes. So, I have these cats. And they were sleeping in their box. So, cleaned it up, made it so they could sleep. And the one that... he's probably the bravest one, now that I think about it. In a weird sort of way. But anyway, so I come in... we have to keep the door shut. So I come in the room, I start getting everything set up. And the first one that comes in is that little loud son of a bitch. He just looks at me, he's like, hey, what are you doing? I remember you. You saved me last night. I'm like, you little shit. You're throwing my life into turmoil with your goofy face. How dare you be so cute? How dare you have such a adorable and pathetic meow? How dare you manipulate me? And this little shit just is like, yeah, that was me. I'm not gonna argue it. I manipulated you into letting me inside, and you gave me treats, and you gave me some love, but I'm gonna lick your nose to make it okay. Because I picked him up. You know what he does? He cuddled right into this glorious chin mane that I have. And yeah, that confirmed that my decision to rescue was a good one. At least for now. We're not keeping them, so there's that. But yeah, now I have 3 stupid adorable little kittens. Stupid adorable. Yeah, the rest is history. Is this how you get cats? Because I think this is how you get cats. Yeah. Cats have a tendency to choose their owner. Oh, they're so cuddly too. Like, these guys cuddle a lot. These ones, super cuddly. Those kittens, just as cuddly. They've been sleeping all day too, so I'm really hoping that when we get them the deworming medication, because they have worms. And that's another thing that makes me pretty sure that they were left out. They got worms, they have the shittiest flea collars, so of course they got fleas. I don't even know how long these flea collars were put on them. It could have been when they were tiny kittens, right? So we got to get more flea collars. So anyways, all that to say, I really hate people that abandon animals. I mean, it's a low person, right? And I understand, there's circumstances behind stuff like this. Maybe they don't know about, the options that they have. But Google is an option. Hey, Tim, nice to see you. I'm ranting about how much I hate people that abandon animals. They're the lowest form of scum. Like, there's always something you can do. Eat friends, family, and if those don't pan out, perfectly fine if they don't. Humane Society, pet shelters, Craigslist. A place, or, there's foster agencies. Around here, we have a place called the SPCA, and they take in animals. We had a dog that we had to give up. just because he had, unique problems. He was bad around cats, and I can't have a dog that's bad around cats. I got cats. I love my cats. This isn't going to be a thing. So maybe he was just bad around our cats. But anyway, so we took him into the SPCA. We paid a fee. He was a good dog. He wasn't bad. We couldn't give him the attention that he needed, right? So what I didn't do is go and dump him on the side of the road and just let him, here's a cornfield, go have fun there. No. I took him to a place. I gave him over custody-wise. I paid their fee because it was money well spent. And I said, please give this dog a good home. I think he was even featured on a radio show like the next week and was adopted inside of like a month. So, yeah, he was a good dog. He just wasn't a dog that was fit for our family. Well, family. Sorry, how about this? Family of cats. I'm not married or anything, so I feel like you shouldn't need to explain that. But anyways, whatever. So, we gave him up the right way. And that's the key thing. The right way. Yeah, if I'm going to get another pet, it's got to be a good fit for the cats. That's the plain and simple truth. Number one, is this dog going to like cats? Number two, if he doesn't like cats, can I get him to like cats? That goes into number three. If I can get him to like cats, it's probably going to have to be a younger dog, because a dog that's a bit older, unless they've been around cats, it's an unknown factor, right? So you got to know what you're getting into. But, abandoning animals, even if you don't know what you're getting into, even if you got a puppy or a kitten for Christmas, right, which you should never do, unless you know for a fact that the person you're giving that animal to, unless you know for a fact they want it, and then you shouldn't get it. And even then, what you should do is get them a gift card to a place that'll help them get a cat or, other animal of their choosing, and help them pay for it that way, right? So that they can still pick out the one they want, because they're always going to have a stronger emotional connection to an animal that they chose. And so you want to give that to a person, because otherwise you end up in situations like this, where you have assholes who go, hey, you know what? There's a river right here. Cats need water to live. Cats can go fishing. We'll just dump these cats by the river. I got a river like 300 yards, north of my house or something like that. And they'll be fine there. They'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Screw you, man. Screw you. The cats won't be fine. You're their entire world. You're everything they've probably ever known, especially if you get a puppy or a kitten, and you're just going to dump, effectively, this child out into the world. Yes, it's not the same morally as dumping an actual child, but it's still a child of a different species. And it's an animal that you swore you were going to take responsibility for. And then you broke that promise of responsibility. And on top of breaking the promise of responsibility, on top of that, you do the worst thing you can possibly do, which is dump the animal by the side of the damn road. And it's bullshit and I hate it. It's bullshit and I hate it. Do the right thing for your animals. Yeah, thanks, Reckle. I appreciate that. She's currently sleeping. She's had a very, very emotional past few days. This is currently rescue kitten. Oh, you are awake. I thought you were sleeping, Queen. Thanks for showing up. He likes the keyboard. That makes sense. So, yeah, I'll get some pictures. I'll put them on Discord. Maybe I'll put a Nice in the Arms of the Angel soundtrack to that shit and turn it into a fucking PowerPoint. I'm gonna blast that on Twitter. I'm gonna be like Bob Barker. Remember to spay and neuter your pets, assholes. Did you know the Humane Society does spaying and neutering for a very affordable rate? Males usually can get in 1 to 2 weeks in my area. Females 6 to 8. But if you know you're getting a cat, schedule it ahead of time. And you know what? It's not hard to keep tabs on a cat for 6 to 8 weeks before you can get him spayed. Not that hard. What is this? What are you doing, Rackwell? You don't have to give me anything. I'm mad and I'm tired. So don't feel like you have to, but what is this? A princess trout? What? It refers to relative seclusion of inland lakes. Alright. It's for the cats. I'll do something with it. I don't know. More. Oh, it's food. Those ones aren't food. These ones are food. Grilled trouts are food. I do need food. Alright. I'll take it. Thank you, Rackwell. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Look, I'm very gift-oriented, okay? People are nice to me. I tend to be nice back. Respect given and respect earned. But, anyways, so... yeah, that is my epic cat search adventure from last night. I'm thinking of doing one of those really long Twitter... You did promise fish. That did happen. I remember that. Promise delivered on Rackwell. I'll put a check mark next to that. So, she's purring now. So now I gotta find homes for these 3 cats. Because what am I gonna... I can't keep them. There's a tuxedo boy. He's Bond. That's fine. Look, we've gone through like 8 different naming iterations for these cats already. First, I named the orange one. We got an orange one with a super puffy tail. Like, I've seen some puffy tails on cats, but this cat's got the puffiest damn tail I've ever seen. He could be an Instagram model. Damn cat could be an Instagram model. He make way more money than me. Just being a damn cat on Instagram. It's bullshit. So, he's too dapper to be anyone else? Yeah, that's fair. So, the orange one, though, I was calling him Daredevil, because this asshole, we're walking down the sidewalk. What does he do? He runs up to every frickin' tree. Everyone. The telephone pole, he jumps halfway up. He just jumps up, glues to it like he's made of damn Velcro. And he's just chilling. He's like, oh, hey, cool, I did it. All right, I'm down now. That's it. That's all he does. And he follows. And so I named him Daredevil, right? Because why not? Well, then we got back and we started trying to name the other ones. I'm like, well, we're going to name them all after superheroes? And you know, my other roommate, she was like, yeah, let's do that. I'm like, okay, well, what are we going to call him? She's like, we'll call him Star-Lord. I'm like, okay, that is not a Star-Lord. I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I love some Guardians of the Galaxy, but that is not a Star-Lord. Naming is how you get cats. Yeah, once you've picked up, say, for example, there's a couple of steps to getting a cat. Step 1, cat chooses you and follows you home. Step 2, you pet that cat / pick up that cat. Step 3, you give that cat food. The final step, and people go through the first 3 steps real quick. Like, you can usually get through the first 3 steps in, like, 35 seconds, right? That last step, giving it a name, you don't even think about it. You're just like, well, what would I name this cat if it were my cat? And then you name the cat, and you're like, shit, now it's my cat. That's how you get a cat, right? 4-step process to getting a cat. The problem is the first 3 steps are really nice and cute. The 4th step you make, and you don't realize you've made that 4th step. And you know what happens after that? You click complete that quest. Congratulations, you got a damn cat. You got a cat. That's just how it works. So we completed all those steps with 3 cats last night. Except we kept bumping back to the last step. Doing the quest over like New Game Plus style so we could, change the names. It would be Star-Lord, Daredevil, and Drax. And I'm still okay with calling that one Drax. Because he stared down the other cat that got into the room. He stared down Kakar. And he didn't flinch. He didn't blink, nothing. Well, yeah, I know. I said I was okay with calling him Drax because of that. But yeah, now he's Bond, right? Now he's James Bond. He's dapper. He's kind of got a goofy face. I'm hoping he grows into it. You'll see what I mean when I post the pictures. I won't post them on Twitter and I'll post them on Discord. But he's got a goofy little face, but man, is it adorable. It's so adorable. And he's the one that was roaming around meowing. So anyways, we can settle on him. We'll name him Bond. That's fine. We'll call him James for short, or Jimmy if we're mad or something. They fill out when they get older. No, I just mean because of his nose is pink and his jawline's funky. The pink nose. Like, if he had a black nose, it'd be a completely different aesthetic, right? Picture of cat noses. This is some quality Twitch content, let me tell you. This is what people come back for. I love it. I love to make jokes at my own expense. Good times. So, yeah, now we have Bond. I'm going to keep calling him Daredevil. Oh, yeah. And so then we stumbled onto the next naming scheme, right? 3 Musketeers. Porthos, Athos, and Aramis. And I get to be D'Artagnan because, I was making jokes. But, yeah, just bleeding hearts, pretty much. What a night. I know, that's why we didn't go with the 3 Musketeers, because one of them's a lady. Oh, man. So it's just been... last couple of days have just been draining. I mean, physically and emotionally, right? I mean, as much as I do try to work out. When you have a mission, when you're trying to get something done, and that something is finding a cat, you don't listen to your body as well as you should because you have a mission to achieve, and that is finding the cat. And dude, it was. Well, and get this shit. So we were walking last night, and we're walking by a house, and we think we spot her. We think we spot our Dizzy Kitty. And she runs away from the house that she was in front of and dives into their garage. And I'm like, shit, because there were some dogs barking. So I'm like, damn it. How am I going to get her out of some stranger's garage? And so we walk around and we shake the treats, and the people come on. They're like, whoa, can we help you? And I'm like, yeah, we're looking for a cat. Thought we saw our cat. So another neighbor talked to, and turns out it might not even have been her, because in our roamings today, we found another cat looks almost like her. I mean, it's close enough that from a distance you wouldn't know, right? You wouldn't know. And if you hadn't seen a picture of her, you would probably pick that cat up and just, yeah. On the side, okay. So you probably wouldn't even know. All right. Let's do this. I want to get my former place of employment that gave me this beanie that I stole from someone. I didn't steal it. It was a gift. Not letting them get any advertising. Do this. Doesn't matter. Go to the corner. 108. That's what I thought. Piss off. Yeah, I want to play again. So we thought we saw the cat. Turns out, probably wasn't her, because today we found that second cat. Looks exactly like ours. I mean, the coloration is the only difference, right? As with most cats, you know, the way to tell them apart. So, hey, 10,000 MGP. Looks like my day is turning around. Everything's coming up Millhouse. And screen flashed. Okay, so no good options. Let's go with this. 119. That's what I thought. So we keep walking by that house because I'm like, okay, maybe she's here, right? Maybe she's here. No, we find that other cat. It manages to get away from my roommate and my roommate's mom. They had a doctor's appointment. And then they come back. I get in the car. And let me tell you something. I'm not the best car driver around, but I drive a mean go-kart. I've never been defeated in a go-kart race. Number one. Just call me Ricky Bobby, because if you ain't first, you're last. When it comes to go-karts, I could always just drive, right? Just like Good Will Hunting says. You know, when you see a piano, you see Mozart, and you could just play. That's what it is with me and go-karts. It just makes sense to me at an intuitive level. I may not be able to do very good math, but man, you put me behind a wheel, whew, they gotta juice it up a bit because I'm kind of fat. So they gotta turn the CCs up from like 50 to 100. Because, you know, I got a 99 cc ass that needs to be supported by a good go-kart. And I deserve a good go-kart. You know, I gotta scout the go-karts out, see which one's doing good, you know, and then talk to the guy, maybe slip him a 5 so that he tunes my go-kart up a bit more. I got a reputation to upkeep, all right? It's not corruption. It's maintaining an image. And so I get behind the wheel of my car. I rev the engine, and then I proceed to idle around the neighborhood as we try to spot cats. Do you know how many cats are in this neighborhood? Holy shit. I have never seen more cats in a neighborhood that weren't my cat in my life. There's like 40 damn cats around here. I'm finding black cats, torties, tabbies, orange cats, white cats. No, I didn't see any white cats. A lot of tabbies and black cats, though. And black cats are super cute. I encourage everybody at some point in their life, if they have cats, to get a black cat. They're the ones that are the #1 cat coloration that is adopted the least. Because people just naturally don't like black cats. I don't know why. I've met some really cool black cats before. One of my friends has a cat. That cat's name is Shark. That's a smart damn cat. And when you scratch his butt, he gets mad at you. But he doesn't move. That's how you know he likes it. Until he gets upset, finally, and then he leaves. But so many cats. And life has hit me with so much bad luck, I'm not going to be worried about a cat giving me more. Cat gives me more. It's just like, there, you just broke the surface tension on the cup of tea and a little bit of bad luck spilled over the edge. Oh no, my lap is soaked in unlucky tea. Yeah, welcome to living in 2021. Besides Tabby, yeah, Tabbies are probably my favorite. But, you know, that changes over time. Tastes change. My tastes in cats have changed over time. I used to only like these little guys here and this little dude here, right? That's it. Those are the only type of colorations I wanted. I wanted a Russian blue so I could make Russia jokes like, yes, in Soviet Russia, cat adopts you. But that's really how it works. So in Soviet Russia it would be, you adopt a cat. I actually have a funny story from from Queen. She had a boss that used to tell a really funny story about a cat in Russian. I think he was Serbian though, but you know, it's close enough. Once you get really far into those Eastern European countries, at least to my untrained ears, since I don't live there, you know, qualifying statements, their accents tend to sound a lot alike. But that's just because of, you know, how languages work and shit. Again, off topic, stay on target. And shit, what was I talking about? Other cats, yeah. So I used to just like these colorations of cats. Now I like more colorations of cats. Now I think the next cat that I'm probably going to get will probably be a black cat. It's going to be years because I'm not getting any more damn cats in this house. But eventually when I do, when heaven forbid I lose one of my little lifelong friends here and I replace them, can't ever really replace a cat, but you know, you can get another cat to fill that empty void. The problem is you got to make sure that void stays in check. You don't want to fill the whole thing with cats. You got to throw some other stuff in there, like video games, energy drinks, what else? Saltine crackers. I really like saltine crackers. But yeah, you got to fill part of the void with that stuff, right? Because otherwise, if you just keep filling it with cats, pizza's a good one. Thank you, friend. Because otherwise, if you just keep filling that void with cats, trust me, it's not going to work out. You're going to wake up one day to a cat chewing on your face, and you're going to be like, right, I didn't put out the 50 pounds of cat food that I was supposed to last night. Half my limbs are gone. They've been eaten by cats because they drugged me in the night. Right? Cats are brutal. So do not fill the void with cats. Fill part of the void with cats, all right? Filling that void inside of yourself is about filling it with different size pie shapes, right? So this one over here, like half of it for me is like cats, right? And then the other half is other stuff, you know. So you just gotta, you know, manage your own void levels. Otherwise, you'll wake up one day and realize that you're the crazy cat lady on the block. Or crazy cat man, I guess you could call me that. I don't have double-digit cats yet. Boy, am I knocking on heaven's door on that one, but I'm not there yet. It's mostly just because, you know, we have the rescues here right now that we're fostering effectively. But anyways, yet. Being the operative word, friend. So, yeah. Taste change in cats. Get a black cat. A grumpy old three-legged tabby. Yeah. Oh, man. Cats are so great. And you don't know how they're going to affect your life until one day, at least for me, right? So I was horribly depressed. I ended up dropping out of college due to depression. It was just rough. There were some other things that happened at the time. So anyways, I found myself, you know, living in an apartment, you know, on my own, no friends. At the time, family and me were on the rocks. Again, it's a whole other story. But I ended up getting a job. That really helped a lot, obviously, so I could pay my bills. Somebody helped me out in that time to help me make rent, and I will forever be thankful to them. But yeah, so then I ended up getting these guys in like 2013. And you don't realize how bad depression is, or how much you hurt, or how much of a burden you are carrying until part of it is removed. You know, you don't realize how far down the rabbit hole of you know, self-hatred and depression and just negative thoughts you get until something starts to pull you out of it, until you actually see the light at the end of the tunnel. Not in a death way, but just in, you know, you get that hope back, right? You get that hope back that, you know, you have the power to fix things in your life, because feeling powerless is one of the worst feelings, you know, anybody can ever have. Cat. Yeah, there you go. And, you know, you don't realize how hard it is until somebody or something or, you know, a combination of things happen to show you that things can be better. And for me, it was cats, right? I'd always wanted a cat. My mom was allergic. I could never get one as a kid. I always petted every stray. Every time I went to somebody's house, I would pet their cats. My grandma always had a cat, and so I would always pet her cat because I love cats. And then I finally got two of my own. It was life-changing. It was life-changing for me. You know, now I had, you know, something to not only be responsible for. You know, I was bringing home the bacon not just for me, but so I could get, you know, chicken treats and toys for these little guys, right? Because I love them. You know, I didn't go out 5 different times at 2 in the damn morning to get new Ethernet cables because these little shits chewed through them routinely, both of them, because, you know, I didn't love my cats, right? You know, I didn't pay $100 a cat, you know, to adopt them from you know, the rescue agency, and I was more than willing to pay that amount because they put more money than that into some of it. Yeah, this was before I had met you, though, for the most part. This is when I was with an ex. It was horrible, but it's a whole other story I don't want to get around to. But, you know, yeah, these animals in particular is what really helped me through that. You know, it was me getting some help for myself. You know, I lurked a lot of forums. I read a lot of studies. I you know, read psychology books. You know, and I took some psychology courses in college, and so I had those books handy so I could read them. And, you know, understanding my own mind, understanding my shortcomings, and then, you know, making positive emotional choices. You dropped this, queen. Yeah, right. Thank you, friend. You know, making positive emotional choices for myself, not just logical choices, is what helped me, you know, eventually pull through it. Yeah, and then I met Queen, and I met some other really good friends. Queen is obviously at the top of that list right now. Yeah, pretty much. But anyways, so no, I was just thinking of other friends I had that maybe have gotten close to helping as much as that. And, you know, I've had some friends help me out in various ways when I was down. It's not something that happens very often, but anyway, so yeah, fill the void with cats. Fill the void with cats, but not completely with cats, only partly with cats. Otherwise, you'll run into a problem where you are the crazy cat person. So let's see. That was a long wraparound of a rant. Let's see, about 53 minutes in, and I ranted for probably a majority of that. Feel a bit better now, though. Still damn tired. Still tired, but such is life. You deal with the tiredness. I happen to have... Oh, no. Uh-oh. Well, that's it. We're done. No, okay, Bugsy, you stay here. I'm gonna go over there, and I'm gonna get that other box that I bought for just this occasion last week. Okay? I don't drink a lot of energy drinks, but I can't drink coffee because of health issues, so energy drinks for caffeine. Hang on a second. Oh, okay. Where are you going, Scourge? No, there's nothing. There's no food over here. Quit stepping on stuff. Damn it. Leave for 13 seconds. You guys are in open rebellion. Did she give a good look to the camera? Yeah, get into the monster again. I know. Here. Another thing to get cats to lay down. You take this lever here and you hold on to it. And you just put your hand next to him. There, see? Gentle but firm. Gentle but firm. Alright. Plug myself with some more sugar and caffeine so I can get angry more about people dropping cats off by the damn river. Okay. Let's continue on. Now that I'm slightly more caffeinated. 5 gates, triple triad 10 times, cards in the battle hall. Okay. So, I'm thinking of doing a stream probably when it's... No, that's exactly it, Reckwell. I love coffee. Coffee does not like me. So, yeah, here's some fun stuff. So, how about some Scourge lore, since I'm opening up today about shit? I don't have a gallbladder. Now, if you're wondering, what the shit is a gallbladder? Isn't that thing that, like, birds have that they swallow stones so they can grind up grain and bugs in them? No, that's a gizzard. but you're kind of on the right track, and I'll expand on that in a moment. So, what your gallbladder does? Your gallbladder is a small bladder muscle right near your liver. Now, when you're digesting food, one of the things your body does is it creates all kinds of enzymes in addition to, the acid that we all know well and that we all know and love. Well, you're just gonna lay on her like that? Aw, that's super cute. So, what this does though is your liver produces an enzyme that helps you break down fats. So, whenever you eat something really fatty, anything then more about 20 to 30% calorie content from fat, yeah, bath time, then your gallbladder will go, and it makes kind of a harmonica sound, and it squeezes out some of this, oh man, now I'm just burping from that thing. More side effects. So it squeezes out some enzymes to help digest that stuff, right? Now, my gallbladder, now there's various things. Now, my mom has the same problem with her gallbladder, right? Except she didn't have nearly the problem that I did. Because if I'm going to do something, I like to do it, I like to go big, or go home. Or in my case, go big, go home, then go to the hospital. So anyways, I found out real quick what was going on. So at the time I'd been exercising a lot. I was about probably 50 pounds lighter than I am right now, which I'm actually getting down there now. Streaming has been very good for my health, ironically enough. So we got, gallbladders, right. So I've been working out. It was Christmas of probably 2015 Christmas. Oh, that was the year I started smoking. Working 80-hour weeks on a shipping line, hating my life. To make it bank, but damn did I hate my life. You have to start doing some standing streams? Yeah, I have to get a right desk for that. Otherwise, you're just going to see my dirty shirt because I didn't get to do laundry yesterday because I was looking for a damn cat. I miss that cat. She was super cute. She is super cute. We have no confirmation that she is not coming back. Shirt hype, yeah. I got some... What is that? This tomato sauce from this chili I was eating. And then there's some more of it down there. You can't see it, but yeah, I try to wear just gray shirts because I have a lot of them. They'll turn up. Yeah, that's what I'm counting on, right? I'm counting on her turning up. I'm not going to stop looking. I don't care how long it takes. After a certain point, I probably won't go out as much, but I'm going to keep looking. We're going to put food out. I'm going to go door to door tomorrow. Door to door. Everybody on my damn block if I have to. And I'm going to take pictures. I'll be like, if you see this cat, you will capture this cat. You will take this cat to my address. You will knock on the door and proceed to give me this cat. If you see this cat and you don't contact me, I'm going to do Air Force One. Or you don't otherwise find me so that wait, it's this way. So I can get my cat back, there's going to be trouble. I probably won't take that hard of an approach because that's a really good way to get the cops called on you. Knocking on people's doors and threatening them randomly. So maybe I won't do that, but I'll be very polite, be like, yeah, if you see the cat, yeah, I'll take my voice up a few octaves so I don't accidentally scare people. I'll make sure I have somebody else with me. And yeah, we'll be good there. But hey, we're already in. Anyways, gallbladders. So I've been working out. I'd started smoking during that holiday season. It was around Christmas just because my body was held together by Red Bull and nicotine at the time, right? I was just so fried from working. I was working, 16-hour days, overnight sometimes. It was nuts. All this because somebody messed up our system at the place I used to work. But so gallbladders. So I've been working out, and I was sitting there in the line. I just eaten a nice big old cheeseburger as a reward to myself for being on my feet for 20 hours a day. And I was like, wow, my stomach feels like it's going to explode right here. That's probably not right. So I dealt with it because I thought, okay, well, if something bad's going to happen, it's going to continue to get worse, and then it won't get better, right? Well, to anybody who's ever had a gallbladder episode before, yeah, anybody's ever had a gallbladder episode before, they can last up to 4 or 5 hours. And if it lasts longer than 4 or 5 hours, you should go to the hospital. I am not a medical professional. This was told to me by a medical professional. However, you should always listen to your body and follow medical advice of your practitioner, not me on Twitch. I'm just relaying my experience. So, I didn't do anything about it because I was like, that's weird, but I can't do anything about it right now. But I scheduled a doctor. So I went to the doctor. I told him about it. I did my own research online because I like to do my own research. And with medical research, you can get a lot of answers and kind of help, to self-diagnose yourself a little bit so that when you go to the doctor, you can be more a Twitch doctor. Finally, yeah. Man, that guy would have to have the... that doctor would have to have the malpractice insurance of God himself to somehow survive on Twitch. They probably shut him down just because they didn't want to get involved in it, right? But, so I went to the doctor. Out of the way. Boom, 5,000. Dr. K. Wait a minute, is that the psychologist? The guy that was the Harvard-trained guy who helps with mental health May and all that? I know, I've seen some of his stuff. But that's, I think, yeah, I saw him do the one with Asmongold, and then I saw him talk with another streamer, and I thought, man, I was like, yeah, he's good people. I don't know, when he starts talking about Buddhism, I mean, I understand the point, but it's I don't know. If I'm going to get counseling, I prefer a strictly secular approach, but he would probably say you can't have a strictly secular approach to emotional issues because you can't logic your way into yourself into happiness, or something along those lines. And he's not necessarily wrong. I definitely don't have the educational background or the information. I don't necessarily need the educational background, but the knowledge background of his experience and everything he's read. I don't have that. I have a lot of... Yeah, that's a whole different rabbit hole. Yeah, you're right. And you know me, I love my rabbit holes. Give my ADD brain something to latch onto, and I'll spit out random shit that I read 12 years ago about it. Speaking of which, I actually have some training as a counselor and a life coach, so if anybody ever wants some life coaching, or wants to know what life coaching is about, just hit me up. I'll download knowledge straight to your brain for days. Maybe not days, but definitely a good 20 minutes. The Empire dude? I don't know if they did, Tim. I couldn't tell you that one. I don't know if they changed it beyond what it already was. Yeah, well, look, I have a lot of... Hey, there it goes. I did the gate. Close the gates. Participate in 5 gates. You guys want to see some chocobo racing? I could probably do some chocobo racing too. I'm not very good at triple triad because I just don't care. Triple triad has always just been a gateway path for me to get more MGP, but maybe I'll go and talk to those guys. So I think I can get there from here. Or just the 8th right? I have to take a lift. I'll have to take the lift. Anyways, gallbladders. So had the pain. Talked to my doctor. Said, are you sure it's not indigestion? I was like, bro, I've had indigestion before. I know what indigestion is. I know what it feels like to have your esophagus be on fire. And this wasn't it. This was a whole new level of pain, right? Whole new level. And if you're ever wondering what the top 3 most painful things you can experience in life are, it's probably another fight. I know the one at the end of AR, you invade his fort and you fight him. Use the weapons against, or was that another fight? No, it's Castellum Notrum, I think is the name of the battle, Tim. Let's see. Cape Westwind. I don't know. I don't remember. The tastes. Castrum Meridium, I think is what it was. Castrum Meridium is the one where you go and you fight that guy. You fight the Black Wolf. So I talked to him. He's like, okay, well, if you're positive, I'm like, dude, I am so positive right now. I looked up all these things, and he's like, and this is one of the few times my doctor complimented. He's like, it's actually, nice to talk to you because you take the time to try and, learn about what's happening and, remember your symptoms in a proper way and what you were doing at the time. I'm like, yeah, well, you suddenly have a 7 on the pain scale creep up into your liver, you're going to remember it. And this is one of the things that helped me get a massive pain tolerance. So that was in December. So for about the next 4 or 5 months, I started living with having, and they're called gallstones. So one of the things your gallbladder can do, and there's actually some really funny cartoons about this online, but your gallbladder can sometimes make gallstones out of basically the bile that it gets, not the gallstones. Yeah. And so with gallstones, when you eat fatty foods and your gallbladder tries to contract and squeeze out some of that juice to help you digest it, it runs into those stones. So now you have these stones buried into the muscle fiber of your gallbladder, and that hurts. It hurts so bad. It's actually in the top 3 most painful things that a human can experience. As far as like medical issues that aren't you actually just dying. The top 3 in no particular order, because they tend to bounce around, are childbirth, kidney stones, gallstones. My mom, who has given birth to 4 children, says gallstones are worse than giving birth. She would rather have another baby than have gallstones. Yeah, kidney stones are horrible. I don't get those, thank God. But I had gallstones, and I had them a lot. So I started, and here's the thing, my mom has gallstone problems too. Sorry, Mom, for handing that out, but, I have to just to say the next part. It's typically only seen, the percentage of people who have gallstones and gallbladder problems is much higher in women than it is with men. Now, there's things that you can do to increase your chances, right, according to the internet. 1, work out more and lose weight and try to change your diet. Yeah, try not to think about them, yeah. And so I had been working out more, changing my diet, and trying to lose weight, and I was successful in that. But what that did is give me gallstones. Talk about a fun consolation prize for trying to get damn healthier. So, it's bullshit. So I tried living with them. I'm like, okay. I would wake up in the middle of the night. It'd be like 3 or 4 in the morning. And I would have this pain. And I'm talking, this is the kind of pain that you can barely keep your thoughts together. I'm talking the kind of pain where, your vision kind of blurs a little bit because it hurts so bad. And the only thing I found that would help out, 2 things. 1, I would pace my apartment. Walking, for some reason, helped. I don't know why, it just did. There was no position I could lay in that would help. There was nothing I could do to help, but walking helped. So what I would do is I would walk. And then I remembered this story I read on Vice, back when they did cool stories, before they got like hyper political. It was about this guy who had to have open heart surgery, and they couldn't anesthetize him because he had a tumor that surrounded his heart. So they cut him open. He's fully conscious, right? And the only thing he said that saved him was the fact that they were playing music. Now, to those of you who don't know, music is effectively crack for your brain. It changes your brain wavelengths, how you think, what you think about, and it can help distract you from things, obviously, right? So I would listen to music, and I would pace my apartment for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours until the pain subsided. So some days I was just a damn wreck. Finally, I managed to get get my diet back under track because, I couldn't have anything with more than like 20% calories from fat, right? Because I couldn't. I would just die. I mean, I wouldn't actually die, but I would just be in massive amounts of pain, and I'd have to pay for it later. And I didn't think about it. I thought, okay, well, maybe if I have a good diet and I keep exercising, right? And I keep doing these other healthy things, taking, these vitamins and stuff, and there really wasn't anything they could give me for the pain. The only option, if you have gallstones or a gallbladder issue, is for them to rip the gallbladder out. They just cut it out of you because you know what? It's easier to do that and for you to adjust to living your life without a gallbladder than it is to try to fix the problem. It just is, because if you were going to fix the problem, and again, I'm not a doctor, but there's probably a lot involved that you'd have to do, and it probably wouldn't be worth it because you might end up just, the person might have complications down the line. And I didn't want that. I didn't want pieces ripped out of my body. I have a completely different philosophy on it now. Like, now it's like, it's in the way, get it out of there. I hate it, But at the time, I was like, oh, I don't want to have surgery. I'm going to try to live with it. And so I did. And I was getting better. And I was, actually able to live a life again. I went on a few dates, didn't work out. But I was, I thought I was doing okay. And then one night I said to myself, you know, Scourge, you've been really good lately. You have lost even more weight. You have been exercising. You have been eating healthy. Let's splurge a little bit. So I ordered takeout, and I got steak. I got a steak burrito from a local burrito joint that delivered. Now, I got the steak because steak is typically lower fat, right? Then, you know, I didn't want chicken because I'd had their chicken before and I didn't like it. So I got the steak. And I was like, all right, no big deal. Ate it. I was like, all right, well, I'm full. I ate about half, went to bed. I woke up not an hour later with the pain, the gallbladder pain. I was like, hello, darkness, my old friend. I'm off to pace my apartment again, with the music softly crooning. I'd really just rather be spooning. And, you know, I would serenade myself. Yeah, effing chat for that, boys. It was bad. So, I walked. I did everything. And it didn't go away. So it was about, and here's the funny thing, right? I'd been living with this pain for so long that I knew the different levels of pain and the different effects of what I would eat, right? So I knew if I, you know, food X, I might have a little bit of pain. I might wake up, I might not. And so I kept cutting that stuff out of my diet. This time the pain was completely different. I'm like, okay. It was so bad. So normally if you were to talk to me, you would find that I like to make commentary on whatever I'm doing. I like to, you know, make little witty quips. I like to make jokes. I mean, you know, we're here on Twitch right now and I'm doing it. So this is how I am practically in real life. Maybe a bit more hardcore, because there's a lot of stuff that you just don't want to get into on Twitch, right? You know, you can't get into it on Twitch, and there's really no point to it. It just hurts you in the long run, so I just don't do it. But anyways, I could instantly tell this pain was different. And so I'm like, all right, well, here we go. And so I didn't think I could drive. Like, that's how bad this pain was. Never in my life have I felt, I mean, there was a few times, you know, maybe where I was drinking or something, and, you know, you want to do the safe thing and you don't want to drink and drive, obviously. There was times where I'm like, okay, I have been drinking. I need a ride. I need an Uber. I need a taxi. I need whatever. I call a friend, you know, or I just walk home, depending on where you're at. You know, you just don't get behind the wheel of a car when you're intoxicated. You just straight, you know, very easy rule. And so I was walking my apartment. I realized I don't think I can actually drive myself to the hospital. So I called my dad, and he was actually awake. He was talking to my sister. My sister is the one that came and got me. She took me to the hospital. And by the time I got there, I couldn't sit down. I could barely walk. It hurt so bad. Like, the most I could do was when they took me to the hospital room, I could just grip like this. I was white knuckle gripping the side of the bed because it hurt so bad. I couldn't sit down. I couldn't lay down. Hey, Nunu. Yeah, welcome. You're just, you've joined in a part where I'm regaling a story about a horrible thing that happened to me in my past, and I had to get an internal organ ripped out. Good times. So they gave me some pain medication, and it was great. It took the pain away, and man, I have never been to a 10 on the pain scale before, but that was definitely a 9. I consider a 10, I can't make a coherent thought or even crack a joke, and I've made jokes in really bad situations before, so trust me when I say I know that, you know, getting to this point, I was at a 9, and if it got any worse, I'd be at a 10, and I wouldn't be able to even talk. You know, I was on the cusp of that. And so they get me into the hospital, they get me checked in, they get me into surgery, and, you know, they wake me up every 2 hours to check on me because I'm sleeping in the bed, and they have to wake me up every 2 hours so they can give me more drugs, because otherwise I'm just a wreck. I can't even think. And so I go under, I come out, and wait a minute, was that the time? Yeah, that was, so I go under and I come out and I wake up, or, well, wake up, I should say, come to. So anybody who's had surgery before or has had general anesthetic applied to them knows that just because you're awake doesn't mean you're there. And if you've seen it apply, you know, been used on somebody else, you know what I'm talking about as well, right? Like the vacant look, like the person's not all there. That was definitely me. So what happened was when I came out from being under, I started swinging on the nurses and screaming that I was being kidnapped. I don't remember this. It just happened, and apparently it's more frequent than people think. And I was actually the second person that day to have this problem. So that alone was wild, right? Like, I'm not an inherently violent person. I'll defend myself. That's about as far as it goes, right? But apparently I thought I was being kidnapped. So they went and got my dad and they brought him down there to calm me down. And that's when I came to. I came to looking at my bed like, why are all these nurses so far away from me? Did I do something wrong? Am I in trouble? And then I see my dad and I'm like, oh, hey, it's my dad. Everything's cool. Go back up to my room. And the nurse comes in. She's like, hey, how are things? I'm like, good. Can I have some more pain medication? She's like, well, we can't give you more pain medication. I'm like, excuse me? I just had something ripped out of my body. Please? This really hurts, man. And the surgeon walked in after that. And he said, wait, did he just ask for more pain medication? And the nurse was like, yeah. And he said, go get it for him. And then I was worried. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. Am I missing more pieces? What did you do in here? What? No, I need this stuff. This is original factory settings. I came with it. I want to leave with it. Well, little known fact. Did you know that gallbladders can fucking explode? I didn't. But my gallbladder did, because you know what it did? Boom. It exploded inside of my body like a damn appendix. And so they had to clean up all that mess. And they're like, no, it looked like when we got in there, it looked like a bomb went off. So no, you give him as much pain medication as he needs. And I was like, oh. And then the existential dread started to set in, like, this is what it feels like to almost die. Whew. That shit'll send shivers down your spine. That'll sober you up quick. Knowing that you could have died doing something, or from something that happened. Yeah. So all that to say, that's why I can't have coffee. Because I don't have a gallbladder. And you need liver bile to properly digest coffee. So no, I don't get any. Almost ever. Sometimes I splurge. But I found that as long as I'm maintaining a healthier diet, you know, this stuff notwithstanding, I don't have as many problems with it. Like, you know, I don't have a lot of the digestional issues that, you know, people normally would have. And so if I don't drink coffee every day and I wait for like those liver enzymes to build up, yeah, then I'm good. If I drink coffee every day, no, I just hate my life. Forever. So we're gonna do one more gate. Yay, oversharing. And then we'll get to the rising stones. Because I think I only have to do one more on this challenge log. Nope, 2 more. That's okay. Maybe I'll just do a solid stream of the golden saucer at some point where you hear me rant about stuff. Oh, I hate this one. I'm gonna do it, but I hate it. Oh, up the gambling. Ooh, sorry, Tim. No, where's the guy? Okay, there we go. Yeah, put me on the list. Let me get into this exclusive club. And a heist. Okay. So I figured out the secret to this. You just stand right here. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. Oh, man. Is just upset at me. Yeah, I know, Bugsy. It's because I didn't get a lot of sleep. So, anybody who has never done this before, the point is to not get blown off the edge. And it's really hard. Because it's completely random. This is, while there are strategies for this, it is not skill-based. It's one of your favorites, Televash? Oh, man, I hate it. I don't like it because I almost always get blown off. Just bee's knees your way to victory. I don't have the bee's knees yet. I gotta wait until I get the bee's knees, otherwise I can't get to victory. Damn. I didn't know that was the secret. Curses. I will get the bee's knees, though. Then I'll bee's knees my ways to victory. It just won't be this time. All right. Disney's too good. Yeah, it is pretty good, friend. I mean, as far as dances go, it's definitely solid. It is one of my favorites. I like it. All right. The countdown. No, we haven't gotten the car yet. That's why we're doing this. And plus, I was ranting about cats. A lot of ranting about cats. Yeah. Yeah. Well, because one of my... Well, you probably saw in the Discord, so you know what's going on. But yeah, I was ranting about people dumping their animals and how much it pissed me off. And I'm still mad. Now it's just like a quiet simmering instead of a... See? Look at this shit. This is why I hate this one. This bullshit. Ain't no skill in this. Took out half the damn board. 3/4 of the people out... I hate it. Stupid wind blowing. This bullshit. Somebody call the Ghostbusters. Get him in here. Get this guy out of here. Wow, that was a nice heist. Nice, Tim. Well done. I'm gonna get out of here. Let's go to the Rising Stone so I can be mad at the Rising Stones. All the happiness here is starting to get to me and I don't like it. Yeah. Stupid ghost. Likes you. Hi, Catgar. Catgar's down here. He's sleeping over there on the dresser. No, it's okay. What's wrong? Is it because Catgar's making noise over there? Yeah. Bugsy has a rivalry with Catgar. He chases her around and slaps her on the ass and then calls it macaroni. You know, Delavash, when I get that dance, I will. And I'm really hoping that is the main thing I've been missing about the way the wind blows, because it is... I have never... Like, I used to love it, right? Because the first one I ever did, I won. And I was like, oh man, this is great. I can win at this one. Because Slice is right, I never make it to the end. Maybe like once. Hate it. But this, yeah. And then I never won another Any Way the Wind Blows ever again. I hated it. Uh-oh. Get in there, Delavash. Get in there, Tim. Fight! It is a relief to see you healthy and hale, Scourge. The latest news from Ul'dah was most disturbing. Somebody's being paged. Clearly, the only injury AlphiNO suffered was to his ego. Doubtless, it will heal ere long. It's because that ego of that boy is bigger than most countries. You get, like, Putin and him in a room, and AlphiNO's gonna be talking down to Putin like it's his job. Delavash might not have enough points to accept. Would be my guess. Well, it shouldn't work. Deny. Yeah. It should still work anyways. The other scions will need to be present for this meeting. If you are ready to begin, I will summon them now. Wrist bracelets. What do we have for a wrist? We do need to upgrade our wrist. Let's go that one. And we'll put it right on, because we need that gear. Bum, 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 bum. Nope, you gotta cancel it first, Tim. And then we can duel. You might have to wait 60 seconds for it to cool down before you can duel again. I do believe it is a 60-second global, well, not a global cooldown, but a per person cooldown. Okay, Bugsy, I'm gonna move my arm because I gotta sit up. There you go. Nice gamble, Delavash. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Ah, you're welcome, Minfilia. Rude. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the Primal Ramu. Oh boy, alright, let's accept this. Let's see how I do. Oh, it didn't pop up, never mind. I'm sorry, may have? Then it is not certain? Nope. The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Levin's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but that fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. With his mighty beard, I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? And preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway. 'Twould surely not have escaped your notice. You love it? Yeah. I have done very little fishing in this game, but I'm willing to give it a shot at some point. Maybe do a fishing stream. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. Thank you, Ida. I beg your pardon? You foresaw this eventuality and did naught to prevent it? I told Papa Limo. Suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. Yeah, they hate it. They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came tramping through the forest. Yeah, they did. Scourge, what's wrong, buddy? You got something in your ear? You don't. Your ear's fine. Expecting cat ears on stream. There we go. This stream's more about cats than anything else. So long as Castromorian stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. Were they, Papa Limo? Were they? Or are you just making shit up as you go to try to cover your ass? Ah, good question. I had like 6 chicken nuggets that's all I've had to eat so far today. Yeah, that's it. I don't know. I might have some ramen later. So we have my roommate Piper. She has also the girlfriend of Queen. She's also a very excellent cook. So what she does though is she has all the fixins for like real proper ramen. So we have like, you know, dried vegetables we can put in it and ham and stuff. And sometimes we would cook some eggs and we have like some legit ramen and it is amazing. Like I just scarf that stuff down. Plus because it has low fat content, I can actually eat it. And yeah, that's tasty. I'm going to try and have ramen. That's my answer, Rack-Goyle. Final answer. Scourge wants ramen for dinner. He's going to make it himself. Mostly after stream. Solid plan. Thank you for asking, Rack-Goyle. Otherwise, I might not have thought of that. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ul'dah drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. Alalafel, yeah. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceive this panic migration as yet another invasion and quicken their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and the Kobolds. Once again, it is the affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Yeah, but this one wasn't our fault. This was the Garleans' fault. There's a difference. Big difference. Tip-top difference. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Holy shit, I can talk sometimes. Just bleh. Trying to keep the word vomit in my mouth and just let the words out. Scourge, though your dealings with the Sylphs of little solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. Yeah, that was before I was a badass dragoon, and I had to use my words to solve problems. Now I just use violence. I wonder, Might one who has treated with the sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. I'll give it a shot. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must needs first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. Gridania, the Elder Seedseer? Oh, I didn't see that one coming. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement, Scourge. Pray, report to Commander Hilo at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Sure. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Okay. Yeah, Ramu's a pretty chill guy, has an epic beard, and doesn't afraid of anyone. From what I understand. Yeah. Alright. Let's go and talk to them. The Lord of Levin. He does have an amazing beard. I've seen it. I'm attempting to grow one myself. This is not the longest my facial hair has ever been, because I actually keep this a bit trimmed down more than I normally would. I live like a damn mountain hobo. California out there. There's some really funny documentaries about people who live up in the mountains in California. Man, some of those people get crazy. Be a cute cat grow with it. Why can't I do what I want? Ah! Yeah. With the most epic beard known to man. Tim is looking for anybody who wants to go to Castrum Nostrum. Or Castrum Meridian, I believe it is. Yeah, beard envy intensifies. So anybody in chat who's willing to help out with that, let us know. We'll get see if we can get some of that going on for Tim. And I probably won't be able to help this time, Tim, but let's see if anybody else can. And if we can't get anybody else, then I'll just do it with you, so you have somebody to do it with. Not that I don't want to run it. I'm just trying to keep on target here so we can get to the Coils of Bahamut content. Hey, Ratgoyle's down to help you, Tim. There's one already. Quality tank Ratgoyle, tanking his way across the universe. Scourge of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial, skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray, make your way to Nafika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Stand. Alright, let's go and do that. Wait a minute. Right over here. Okay, good then. We're just gonna sprint a little. Take that right turn at Albuquerque. Jump over the blues. Also, if you're part of the link shell, you can drop a message in there. It'll be a lot easier to coordinate anything. I think you both are anyway, so try that. The other signs have already arrived, sir. May I show you in? Yeah. How'd they get here before me? I thought I was fast. Oh. They get preferential treatment. I have to walk everywhere. It's bullshit. His legs were meant for sitting in a chair. Link shell? Link pearl? Sorry. Whatever. We have a chat set up. It's the link pearl. That's the word I was looking for. It's basically just it's like a in-game group chat you can sign up for. I think Queen was managing it actually. So I don't actually know if I can invite, but yeah, that's what we use to try and coordinate between people. That way, those of us, those are the viewers and myself who, you know, tend to run a lot of the content together while I'm streaming. We can just coordinate in that. It makes it a lot easier. All right, let's do this. Is this voiceover?
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty.
Oh, uncertainty. It sure is.
I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramu is returned unto the forest.
We already knew this. Why are you rehashing things we know? We got the letter.
Scarce
I got the text, Connie.
Ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace.
Salads are making house calls now. Do I know this one?
Our guest informs us that the Sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin.
Secondary confirmation. We have a primal. Everybody get out your mallets. Let's pound this mole back into the ground.
Unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands.
Well, that would make sense where you would summon your primal in a place where
Unlike the other primals you have encountered,
you know, is
Lord
surrounded by
Ramu
followers.
Is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength. Serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children.
Hey, Regs dude.
Given that we and the
Sorry for your gamble.
found a way to share the Twelve's Wood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided.
Yeah, avoid the conflict.
Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence.
What's that? Curb Dude. Hey, thanks for the follow, Curb Dude. Appreciate it.
Represent us in this most delicate of
helps the channel out, helps me out, helps me rant about cats more. Good times, let me tell you. How dare you? I'm the best basketball player you'll ever see in your life. I have ups for days. Your cat jumped. Yeah. I'm not actually good at basketball, but I like to say that to people. It's kind of an inside joke with me. It's from Aqua Tweet Hunger Force, but it's great.
And I would venture Lord Ramu himself.
So how you doing, Curb Dude? Welcome to the stream. As you can see, it's about cats, Emmett Selk, and Final Fantasy.
Engaging in unnecessary hostilities.
And honestly, if this was any of the other leaders except for Connie, I probably wouldn't talk over her, but I just have like zero respect.
I beseech you.
Zero respect for this NPC.
Which exists between our peoples.
I don't know why. I just have never liked her, okay? Like, every other leader is like, we gotta get stuff done, and she's like...
You have my thanks.
Yeah, Connie. I just don't like her. I don't know, she just feels so... Yeah, she does nothing. She feels super fake. Like, she acts how I think she thinks she should act as a leader, right? Not how she really is what it feels like. It just feels so fake. Like, I've met people that guard their words this much, and I'm like...
An ill wind blows through the forest.
Look, when I worked in a factory, all right, because I've worked some jobs. And you work in a factory, and you start talking with somebody you're working with, and, like, they're very... The wrong one. She kind of does seem like a figurehead, yeah. But, I mean, if you're working with somebody, and especially in, like, a blue-collar job, you're working with somebody in a blue-collar job, and... You're like, hey, how's it going? And, you know, they kind of tell you about their life. You know, you get to know your coworkers. It's just part, you know, you work next to somebody for 8 hours, you're going to find out. And if that person never once, like, swears or tells an embarrassing story about themselves or, like, is always, like, really, really careful about what they say, they're a snitch, they're a spy, they're a secret shopper. You got to watch out, all right? You got to watch out. I mean, that's obviously a quick and fast rule. It doesn't apply all the time, but yeah, skeletons in the closet, right? Anybody who's taking, so here's the thing, right? About like self-control, for example. Anyone who's exerting that much self-control in what should be considered a normal interaction. I mean, because here's the thing, you spend, just for example, right? I would spend sometimes 8 hours with the same person in a day. You spend 8 hours with the same person. If they don't open up to you at least a little bit, like show you a little bit of what's behind the mask, and they just keep a mask up the whole time, that's somebody to be careful around, you know? There's a reason that people have gut feelings about others, you know? Like when you hear somebody talk or you look at them and you're like, I don't know what you're selling, and I don't know if it's snake oil, but the bottle doesn't have accurate writing on it. So it could be snake oil, but you know what? I'm not going to take that chance. Because you just got to be careful. Yeah. Snake skeletons in the closet even. You know, you can't, you should be careful with who you put your trust. Just like you should anything else, right? But I don't know. Being careful of people is something I had to learn real early, right? I got a lot of bad people in my background. You know, people that, you know, double cross and steal, and yeah, part of it's on me, but whatever, it's fine. But anyways, all that to say, can't be trusted. Crude. Yeah, I know. But Connie, I'm watching you. Don't you look at me like that. You want to fight? Square up, Connie. What are you gonna do? You gonna conjure your way out of this one? I got a spear. You think all these people around you are gonna help you? I don't know. All her diplomacy talk feels like, feels fake. Feels fake. I'm just gonna say it. Feels fake. I mean, she knowingly allies herself with salads. Granted, the salads are kind of cute, and I will fight for them. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Can't trust Connie Senna. I'm just gonna leave it at that, all right? You cannot trust Connie Senna. And you have to be wary about this, right? Because, you know, you see something like this in a video game. Do you ever go to the wrong dungeon? Dude, I've gone to the wrong dungeon so many damn times. Like, I was playing World of Warcraft. I just fly off halfway across the stupid map. I get there and be like, I don't even need to go in this damn dungeon. Why the hell am I even here? Well, come to find out, I was just an idiot. But you know what? I was just an idiot. That's pretty much what it is. I'll blame it on ADD, though, because that works for a lot of stuff. And really, ADD is a hell of a drug, man. For anybody who was here during my cat rant earlier, you know very well. Yeah. It is mind-blowing sometimes what can happen when you have ADD. Like, well, I mean, you'll literally watch me do it on this stream. I'll just be talking about something, and then I'll spot the cat out of the corner of my eye, and I'll be like, hi, little girl. How are you? Oh, is your brother good, too? And then I'll go right back to what I was talking about. Yeah, or yeah, you don't even look at the map. I'm like, oh, wait, this is the place that I thought it was from last time. I'll just go this way. And you actually check the quest text, and you're like, oh, damn it. And then you just get mad at yourself, and yeah. In Final Fantasy, a lot of times what can happen is, say you queue up for something, and then you don't clear your queue, you just add more options to queue up for. So that's what happened to me whenever I go into the wrong dungeon, because I'll be running dungeons to try and clear out my quest log, and I'll be like, all right, well, I click this one, I got to do this because I want to do this, and then I'll go to the next one. After I'm done with that dungeon, I'll go to the next dungeon, and I'll click in the duty finder to join it, but not unclick the first one. And then, of course, because that's how the game works, it just sends you to the one you just did. And yeah. And then I just hang my head. I'm like, I can't believe I just did this. And then I try to play it off like that's what I wanted to do the whole time. To try to save face. It never works. I always own up to it. But at the beginning, I'm like, yeah, no, I totally meant to do that. That was the plan. I would want to run the same content twice. I heard there was a helmet, y'all. There was a helmet from the final boss in this dungeon, and I didn't get it to drop the first time, so I'm just gonna do it again. Yeah. The The Swarak Silmet armor. It's a pet. There's a pet, I think. Maybe a mount. Yeah, that's what I came back here for. You don't know about it? Oh, man. Oh, it was when they data mined the patch notes. Yeah, no, it just dropped on Wowhead like 20 minutes ago. Yeah. See, the art of bullshit is something that, much like the Force in the Skywalker's family, runs strongly in mine. Not that we call it bullshit. It's just me and my dad like to joke around and do that kind of stuff, so. Oh shit, 9.2 is out. Yeah. Oh, Wowhead just told me about it. 2 years. Dude, 9.2 is going to be the last patch that they have for this, for Shadowlands, right? We'll see. Maybe? Ah, jeez. Look. I think we can all agree that WoW has crashed from its Legion high into the lowest low that it's ever been. This is the darkest night that the Green Lanterns were talking about, all right? This is the timeline where WoW fails. Now, let me tell you, as an intellectual property, WoW will never actually fail. But here's the thing with an IP, right? And especially an IP that's in the library of Activision Blizzard's IP. If you look at all their other games, all their other franchises, massive money makers, huge, phenomenal money makers. Mobile gaming, huge for them, right? Blizzard, by comparison with World of Warcraft, is a drop in the bucket of that income. So while we might not see, Blizzard retaining well, here's my thought, right? If Activision and Blizzard decide that they don't want to salvage it, right? And this is a decision they would have to make. They would have to say, we have the ability to salvage this, but we don't want to. Right now, all we're seeing is the short-term salvage, right? The short-term, we have to do this if we want to maintain credibility, right? But here's the thing. Once you kind of get some of that credibility back, once they're out of panic mode from all the changes that they're making now, once they're done with panicking, once they've kind of got their head back on their shoulders, once they've sorted out all this court shit that they're in for all their BS, once they finally get that done, which will probably be right around the time they're about to announce another expansion, probably take that to the bank. Once they feel that the PR is in a state that they can say, we've done all this, check out the new expansion, and try to shore up Diablo 2 remastered and all that other shit, all their other games that they messed up, then they're going to have to make a tough decision, right? And this is the decision that I'm waiting to see. Because WoW has tanked. Subscriber numbers, they have less. If the news is to be believed, and I go to Bellular for a lot of my stuff. He does a lot of good reporting on it. I usually just wait to get to the point. Sometimes he can be a little dry, but I like his lore videos, and he does cover some good news, and he's got some insights. Yeah, so, plus, he's British, and as an American, that means automatically we can listen to them and just feel like their opinions are right. It's the accent. I can do a British accent, by the way. I'll do it at some point. It'll be good fun. But, again, off topic, ADD, good times. So, the next decision that they're going to have to make is going to be something along the lines of this, right? They have this IP. This IP is currently in the dirt. Do they sell that IP, that intellectual property rights, to the entirety of World of Warcraft? Do they sell that to another company to let them try and do it or make it profitable? Or do they hang on to it because they think they can actually save it, right? And that is going to be a really big question, in my opinion, because faith in Blizzard is probably at an all-time low. They have been eroding it themselves for years now. This isn't just something that happened 2021. This goes back to the beginning of the investigation, right? That California launched 2 years ago. And even before that, to all the behavior that led to that investigation. This goes to those mandatory arbitration clauses in their contracts, so that they couldn't get a lawsuit against Blizzard back when they were, before the state of California came in and slapped them in the face with subpoenas. So, they've been eroding the loyalty, their brand loyalty. They've been eroding their good name in gaming. It used to be back in, when Diablo 1 came out, Warcraft 2. If it said Blizzard on the box, you knew it was a good game. This has been said by a myriad of other gamers, a myriad of other internet personalities, and I will just agree with them because they're right. I was around when that happened. I'm an old guy. I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm old enough to have played Diablo 1 at a friend's house because I grew up in a good Christian Minecraft server home, and that game had pentagrams in it, so I couldn't play it at home. And if my mom's watching, Mom, I'm sorry, but I think you already knew that. Yeah, you know, it used to be hugely respectable, but then you saw the brain drain happen, right? You saw a lot of the top designers go, this game isn't for me anymore. You know, this company isn't for me anymore. You know, they're stifling creativity. They're trying to move everything more towards the mobile game model, right? Because the mobile game model, when that came out, it broke the bank for investors, right? That's when gaming, I mean, before that, you know, investors, you know, when gaming first kind of really started, you know, back in the 80s and 90s, it wasn't seen as something that could be invested in long term. You know, nobody thought it was going to stick around. They thought it was just going to be a niche thing. But then that started to change when you start having blockbuster games come out, you know, and when, you know, Super Nintendo and Sega and all those other, yeah, well, and that's what I'm getting to, friend. Yeah. And then when they got to MMOs and, you know, Blizzard kind of figured out the MMO equation, you know, they did it best originally with original World of Warcraft. They figured it out. So every game emulated them. But around that time is when you start seeing, you know, smartphones becoming more prevalent, right? To the point where everybody has them in their pocket now. And that has huge long-term implications for like Apple and Sony, you know, on like market saturation and, you know, the changing of something from a luxury good to a commodity, but that's an entirely different business discussion. I have interest in a lot of random things. You probably all know that by now. But what's really cool, well, where was I getting? Mobile games. Thank you, friend. You left it there for me to see. Mobile games started up, and mobile games started making money hand over fist with microtransactions, right? That's why you started seeing more microtransactions in like mainstream games, is because they were kind of pioneered in mobile games, right? Because that was the only way you were going to get people to spend money, you know, in a mobile game is, you know, like $1.99 here, 99 cents there, $4.99 here. Hey, this gift pack is usually $49.99, but you can get it now for $9.99, you know, and just those predatory type of microtransactions that you'd see in these games, you know, that so you'd be able to just play the game. You know, I think most people now, and this may still be a toss-up, but you know, it used to be that most people would just would rather pay a cover price for a game than to be nickeled and dimed along the way of playing said game, right? But now it's kind of switched. Now people would rather have kind of a free game and then maybe drop, you know, a few bucks here and there to enhance their experience. You know, and that's the way that it's always sold as well. You don't need these things, you know, to play the game or win the game. They just enhance your experience. Well, that's all well and good, but you know, you have some games out there now, you know, they weren't as big then, you know, back, you know, 5-10 years ago, but now, man, they are so over monetized. And you know, investors see this monetization. They go, look, making a mobile game compared to making a game like Final Fantasy, like any Final Fantasy, any modern AAA game, right? Making a mobile game compared to that is like, it's the difference, you know, it's the difference between a lake and an ocean. You don't need. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. Like if I can pay $1 and try again right now to maybe get the thing I want instead of having to wait an hour, why wouldn't I? You know, and it's about that. You know, and that's about and that goes into, you know, psychology going into the gaming realm and, you know, dopamine feedback loops and all that bullshit. But, well, it's not bullshit. It's actually really interesting science on how people work. Not important to this discussion necessarily. Well, it is. It plays into it, I should say. I'm sorry, Dilavash. I didn't want to like belittle your point there. But the point being, you know, yeah, so mobile games make obscene amounts of money. And investors see, hey, that model works. Why aren't we applying that to more things? And you've seen this, like, it's been a very slow erosion, right? It's been a few things here or there. Like, you know, back when Blizzard didn't have, or, you know, back when they first launched their, you know, their in-game store where you could buy mounts and stuff, there wasn't a lot on there. You know, there was a few mounts, you know, like they released like special mounts, you know, for holidays or something, but it wasn't like, you know, you were going there to buy WoW tokens, which again is the mobile game market getting into mainstream games and ruining them because they, you know, because it's about monetizing, right? They want to monetize it more, and mobile game principles can carry over into PC games, and you don't want them to. You really don't want them to, because they make the entire experience worse, because it changes the entire dynamic of the game, changes the economy of the game, and essentially just ruins the game, at least in my opinion, my humble opinion. But yeah, all that to say, yeah, Blizzard has routinely tried to increasingly monetize their games over and over and over. They've ruined their good name, and now they're going to have to make a tough choice. And if they want to try and recover their IP and build it back up to what it once was, and they might not have the fortitude for that. They might not have the constitution. And further than that, they might not be able to sell that to the investors. Because if the board decides that, hey, this is a lost cause, instead of spending millions upon millions of dollars recovering this IP and making it good again, why don't we just sell it to somebody else and make a cool few $1 billion selling the WoW franchise, right? Because here's the thing, even if they sold it and you're going to be getting, and if you were in a position to buy, the World of Warcraft intellectual property, it's still going to cost you $1 billion, right? Because your long-term earnings from a game like that are, theoretically endless, right? If you continue to release good content for World of Warcraft, you'll let people play it for their entirety of their lives, $15 a month adds up when you got 10 million people playing your game. But they might not decide that they want to do that, because there are alternate routes. They could sell it off. I mean, and not everybody is Square Enix and has the balls to just completely nuke their game from orbit and remake it from the ground up, which is kind of what WoW needs right now. The game's running on an engine from 2005 or some shit. I don't even remember when it was released, but it's bad. Look at some of the modern MMOs that you have, New World, Final Fantasy 14, any modern game practically. The engines are so much better now and allow for so much better stuff that when you go back, I was looking at a WoW video the other day and I just looked at it and I was just staring and I was losing myself in thought of, how did I ever think that this was a good graphics? Why did I ever think that this was... And at the time I didn't care about graphics. I cared about the gameplay. But when you've upgraded from a game, from an MMO like WoW to Final Fantasy, where the graphics are so much better, and you try going back and looking at other games, you're like, wow. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. They had a black stain on their reputation, but instead of trying to cover that, that scar up with, a fancy t-shirt or, with some other Final Fantasy game, they went back and they did it right. And that's why everybody respects Square Enix to this day. I mean, in the gamer community, I can't really think of any company that has a higher reputation than Square Enix. At least to me, almost every other American company that I've seen that does games, I mean, apart from indie developers, right? This strictly applies to, multi-billion, multi-million dollar companies. In the tens of millions to the billions of, hundreds of millions category, right? Most indie developers don't fall into that. And indie developers, along with the very select few, AAA game publishers, actually have at least my respect. And I would say, generally speaking, from games in general, right? Because every time, and look, we talk about EA. We can rant about EA until the cows come home. I could rant about EA for years and never run out of material. Years, because they're so bad about their monetizing and their, surprise mechanics and all that bullshit. But, yeah. I'm gonna read now because I'm just getting angry again. Like I said, I'm tired, man. Shit's weighing on me. Scourge of the Scions, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramu himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I will have no doubt you are well suited. I have been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return with their findings. Yeah, it was an amazing thing that Square Enix was willing to do that, and that's why they'll always have my respect. They make a quality product. They agreed that the product that they put out was not quality, so they destroyed it in one of the most epic fashions and rebuilt it better than it could have ever possibly been. And I don't know if Blizzard has the balls for that. I don't know if Activision has the balls for that. They might not. They might decide to just sell it. We don't know yet. Just because they're making positive changes now doesn't mean that they'll maintain the course to continue to make positive changes. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. They're incredibly respectful to their audience. Yeah, if you read like any of their statements, like the one that they did recently about how they were really, really sorry that they didn't have more servers for people to play on, right? What company, have you ever heard of a company saying that? Like apologizing not just to the customers they have, but potential customers, right? Like that's a big thing. That's a big thing. Western companies don't tend to operate like that. At least not the ones that you usually see in, portrayed in the media. They don't usually do stuff like that. Most of the time it's, most of the time it's just, trying to get, free marketing from whatever, whatever's politically in fashion at the time, right? Let's put it that way. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. Yeah? Let's talk to this salad. What's up, Caesar? This one returns, and returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching, and have wisely identified the precise location where the touched ones summon Lord Ramu. Let me read this, Delavash. Fun fact, someone wrote to the producer about how he loves the game and is enjoying it right now, and he responded saying, if you're not having fun, go play other games. Don't force yourself to play it not having fun. Yeah, well, that's a really good point. Okay, yeah. That's fine. I understand. Now, funny story. If you watch Josh Strife Hayes, he actually did a video about this called It Gets Better 100 Hours In. And it's the same principle, but to have a producer from a company say, hey, if you're not having fun with the game, play other stuff. I mean, depending on the context, it can either be a really powerful message or a really shitty message, right? Like if you're a Blizzard developer saying don't play the game, then it's like, dude, really? Nobody's playing your game right now. You have less than 1 million subscribers from a game that hit a peak of over 13 million at the time of the Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, we already know not to play your game. But when Final Fantasy tells you something like that, I mean, my response would be, wow, that's pretty respectful because you make a quality product. And if you're telling me that that you're willing to stand beside your product, but if your consumer is not having fun, you're going to try and fix it and, play something else until we get it to where it's better for you. Again, context is important in these kind of things, but it's a strong statement to make either way, right? Either in the positive or the negative. Ah, your timing is impeccable, my fluttery friend. Might you be so kind as to escort this good man to his fellow scions? I hope I didn't misrepresent there, Delavash. I thought I was trying to pick up on... I was trying to... Hang on. Okay. Yeah. I was trying to talk the point I think you were trying to make. How does that sound? Damn. I'm gonna sleep so good tonight. Oh, so good. Oh, man. Brain is like... It's like one of those Dare commercials, right? This is your brain. And then they pop that egg into the frying pan. This is your brain on drugs. Except this is your brain on low sleep and an emotional roller coaster. And I'm like, jeez. Oh, that reminds me. Does anybody else here watch Mizkif? He's OTK with Asmongold and Rich and... was it? I don't know, one of the other people. Honestly, I don't know the other people in OTK. I just know those two. Those are the only ones I watch. Did you see how he came back to streaming the other day? There was a video on YouTube about it, but man, I'm starting to feel bad for those guys, right? Like, damn. I mean, you got Asmongold with his, the problems with his mom. You got Rich just going through that breakup that he had. Mizkif going through that breakup that he had. I know this isn't like a reaction stream or pop culture or anything, but man, every time I see the news, I'm like, geez, you guys cannot catch a break. Just Asmon and Rich? Okay, yeah. I like watching Asmongold. I like watching Rich sometimes, measure doses. Sometimes he gets a little crazy and I'm like, all right, I'm going to go watch something else right now. You are snacking on that Kool-Aid, man. You got to calm down. And then Miskiff I don't really watch. I don't really watch a lot of just chatting streams. He does some fun stuff every once in a while. I keep track of him, but yeah, he recently broke up with his wife, I think it was. And man, I just keep looking at these guys and I'm like, man, they all need some cats in their lives. They have some big holes that they gotta fill coming up, you know? But then again, I'll tell everybody in here right now, and this is advice that was given to me by a psychology professor. Everyone should get counseling. Literally everyone. Because trust me, you start talking sometimes about things that, like, really changed how you see the world or those formative memories. Shit, man, you'll work out so much stuff. Everybody deserves counseling. Everyone. No stigma at all. Everyone should do it. Trust me, you'll feel great. But remember, Scourge is not a certified medical board doctor or psychiatrist by any board that is recognized in America or internationally, so please do not take his medical or psychological advice take it under advisement with your local and personal physician or psychiatrist to make sure that you're getting the care that you need. This has been an official disclaimer brought to you by Scourge Enterprises. Now, wise ones have ventured deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. Yeah! Gotta keep an eye out for the baddies. Good news is, we can just fly over them thanks to Steve. Bum, ba, bum, bum. This is the best rendition of the Chocobo song ever. Hands down, fight me, I don't care. This is great. The trumpet work on here is akin to just like Jurassic Park. Did they get John Williams to compose this? Because if they didn't, they should. Wait, no, this is by that other Japanese guy who's amazing with his composings. Queen, are you there? What's his name? Tell me his name, Queen. Queen, please tell me you're still in the stream. I can't remember his name. You talk about him. Uematsu. Naoki Uematsu? Is that his name? The Japanese game composer? Nobuo Uematsu. I slaughtered his name. I'm sorry, Nobuo. Yeah. His work on video game music is the same level as John Williams in the movie industry. I'll just leave it at that. If you don't know who he is, check out some of his stuff. And when you realize the games that he's been in that shaped the gaming landscape, you'll just be like, damn. It'll be amazing. Queen, Delavesh has a question for you, I believe. Or they were just assisting me. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Draw close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must say farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. Yeah, we'll go in safety. I am 100% safe everywhere I go, mostly because I fly. Also, I don't stop to talk to people along the way. Except for today when I was talking to my neighbors. Gotta find that cat, man. She's around, I know it. I know she's around somewhere. So it's actually you. I am relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. No, it's me, I swear. With them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Ishtola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. Oh, Ishtola was mad because of one that looked like me? Sounds like she has a crush. Yeah, the rescue cats. Don't worry, I'll get pictures up on the Discord probably tonight or tomorrow so you can all see them. If you haven't joined the Discord, there are links down in the description linking you to our Twitter, Discord, and YouTube. YouTube is still a work in progress, but we're actually streaming there live right now as well. So If you're watching, you're enjoying the content, I encourage you, give me a follow here on Twitch. I hope I earned it. It's free to you, fun for me. We get to call out your name and go, yeah! We'll do it this time, I swear. And consider subscribing on YouTube as well. I know it's a work in progress, but we're going to be putting up all of our past streams on there because YouTube will keep our streams forever, as opposed to Twitch, who will delete them in 14 days. So oh shit. That reminds me. I think I lost some VODs. I didn't download them yesterday. Damn it. All right, we'll see. Anyways, I'm going to be putting all of the previous VODs up on YouTube. As well as putting up together some more clip content, some shorts, some fun stuff, maybe some rants of me just talking about cats or something. I'll do my own cat facts channel. But it's also free to subscribe on YouTube. Again, helps the channel out, helps with the algorithm. We want to get discovered. It means more fun, more resources. The more resources we have, the more crazy stuff we can do. So consider subscribing to YouTube. Consider following on Twitch. And join the Discord. We have plenty of cat pictures and memes there. According to a Gallup poll, most American pet owners obtained their cats by adopting strays. What a relevant fact for today. Of all the cat facts that could have come up from Streamlabs. True. That's true. Every cat in this house is a rescue. Is this... Yeah, right? Is it rigged? I don't know. How did it know? Streamlabs is listening to me right now. Well, I mean, it better be listening right now. That's where I'm getting my audio to go through, but I didn't know it was listening. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between listening and listening. And I think Streamlabs might be doing, like, the governmental listening and not, like, the friendly listening. The AI are watching. I know they do on YouTube. Dude, the kind of AI they have on YouTube is amazing. Like, yeah. Like, I'm worried about using my current channel because I've had this channel that I'm streaming on now on YouTube for, 8 years? Roughly? No, longer. I've had this YouTube channel for 10 years. I got it in, no, even longer. 12 years old. That's how old my YouTube channel is, right? So they have 12 years of me watching videos, me clicking on stuff, me subbing to people, and now I gotta try and get that algorithm to work for me. I feel like I'm at a disadvantage here. I'm gonna have to watch some YouTube videos on this. How to make the algorithm work for you. All right, thank you, guy. Just marketing directors. Y'all ever heard of, what is his name? Devin Nash? I think that's his name. Where's my Discord? Get up here, Discord. Yeah, I think his name's Devin Nash. He does videos on YouTube about marketing stuff and marketing and Twitch streaming and YouTube streaming. I've watched like all of his content. He's got, what is it, guys? Anyways, he's got just really, really good content on, ways to, make your channel better, make your streaming better, be a better broadcaster all around. And yeah, he talks a lot about the YouTube algorithm and a lot of stuff like that. Oh, man. Let me scratch my ear here. Ow. Come on. There we go. So, my hair is also getting to that mystical length where I either have to shave it off or dye it. So, next follower goal we hit, I'll probably either dye my hair or shave my head. We'll decide that when we get to the point, just so everybody's aware. Papa Limo. More apt words can never be spoken. My apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. I ramble all the time. It's one of my favorite things to do. Rambling and like rambling about random stuff and getting mad about dumb shit. I love doing it because you can have a lot of fun rambling about dumb stuff, right? Like being play mad. I like to do that. It helps me conserve my patience for important things. Like things that should actually make me mad, I have a lot more patience for because I get pissed off about stupid stuff. Like losing 10mm sockets for your socket wrench. Shit, I get so mad about that. Well, that might be a legit thing to be mad about. I'll have to think on that one. I'll get back to you on that. Get out of here, Fate! At any rate, as I was saying, I have finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and am pleased to say I have reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramuh was called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetheryte. Come, Scourge, the Lord of Levin awaits! Yeah, let's go find him. Put him down. Sorry, we're gonna talk to him. We gotta talk first. We gotta use our words, see if words can defuse the situation, and if they don't, then I'm gonna blow that bomb up myself with a spear. Oh, I just had to get close. Cool. Do they not know how to eat it? Do they not know how to eat it, Queen? Or are they just fighting it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they're all running. Oh, that was quick. Oh, that's not good. And growling? Oh, yeah. You know, all these primals seem so mad that we serve Hydaelyn. And I haven't quite decided why. They aren't pulling hard enough? That's funny. Sausage Links can be a little bit... He has a majestic beard. Yeah, majestic beard, man! Okay, but just real quick, though. So, part of the thing that all of these primals do is temper those around them, removing any choice of being a follower, right? You know, you don't get to choose your made one, and there's no turning back. Once you're tempered, that's it. You're done. You are mind controlled forever. We can't do a Black Widow, Hawkeye style cognitive reprogramming by hitting their heads with a pipe. It just doesn't work, right? You can't get out of it. But they all get mad when it doesn't work, too. Which to me is just, how can you be mad? And it's because, well, obviously they don't have the same morality as people do. But I always get a kick out of it that when, I get to show up and go, you can't temper me. And they're like, I must kill you then. And they're so upset. I think the conclusion I'm trying to reach is that human morality doesn't apply to primals. And I hate them for it. Because I think they should play by the same rules as, the people. Like, if you could get a primal that's like, I ain't gonna temper you, but I hope to win your worship. Man, what a power move, right? All the saddles would worship Ramuh if that's what he did. Probably all of them. They'd be like, oh, that's fair. As long as you don't take my free will away. That thing on my screen. Woo! Look at that beard. That beard has beards that grow off of it. His beards have beards. It's just... He could hide the entirety of the 12's wood inside that beard. Just throw it over the 12's wood like a cloak, make it invisible like a damn bird of prey. Welcome to Star Trek.
Bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan.
Why? Apparently he just read my resume on LinkedIn. That's great. Rude.
I am Ramuh, guardian of the children of the forest.
The only thing you're guarding is whatever crumbs you got in that beard. There's probably a Thanksgiving dinner in that sumbitch. Shit, that's a big beard. That's majestic AF, man.
Thou tramplest upon sacred soil,
please,
bringer
sacred
of light.
soil.
By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs?
Because you're here, you sack of shit. You better be nice. I'm gonna steal your beard comb. What now? What are you gonna do? You can't even do anything. I realize I'm spending my time trash talking an NPC. Life finds a way. I'm gonna use my words. Hey man, what's up?
Redanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion. Thine offer, an insult.
That's how you get the best loot. That's a valid point. That's a valid point. But here's the pissy thing. He read our resume on LinkedIn. He knows that we killed those other primals. So he knows if he doesn't come to the table on this, we'll just kill him too. Right? Well, that's another problem that all these primals have. Their ego is completely out of pace with their abilities. Then again, they're lauded as gods. Small g, I would say. So I guess, like that type of egotism is understandable, but at the same time, even if you're, you know, some powerful entity, knowing that this other guy defeated like a bunch of the other ones you know about, it's all ego. It's hubris, plain and simple. Hubris, plain and simple.
Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest not for my children's desires.
Nope.
They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude.
Oh, jeez.
Yet even that was too much to ask of man.
Yeah, because they're frickin' forest terrorists. They go around terrorizing people. You think people are gonna just... Oh, it's just the filth being filth. That's fine. I hate it. No, you don't get to steal... You don't get to steal my wine like that damn Mog did in the beginning of the stupid game, and then come to me. And then you come to me calling me the bad guy. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just.
It's not just. You're a dick, and we're gonna kill you over it. Hope you like swimming in the ether ocean.
It matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other.
Oh, so he's just lumping all people together. Oh, that's fair. I'm gonna crawl into his beard and... Okay, look, this is my plan. Working plan for this fight. I'll chop his beard off. It's clearly where he stores his power, right? I mean, you don't have a beard that big unless that's where you store your power. So if we cut it off right below the chin there, and then we turn it into like a fur coat, I think we could just essentially have all of Ramuh's power, and he would have nothing. We don't have to worry about him because he'd have to regrow the beard. What is he gonna do? Get some Rogaine for that shit? It's not gonna work. Beard's done, and so are you, Ramuh.
Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man.
What about the darkness that resides in the breast of you? You're literally mind controlling people, you ass.
Whence sprung
About to
this
apply some Bill of
calamitous
Rights to this asshole.
In the beginning, no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born?
I don't think so.
It would
The
explain
duality
much.
of man is,
Not least
yeah.
why strife and sorrow
There's a
follow
whole
ever
bunch
in
to
thy
talk about with
wake.
it.
Thou canst not deny
Yeah,
the
sure,
urgings
restart
of
Steam.
thine,
Ah! Damn it.
knowing that thy
was
mere
blinking.
presence here
Damn it! Oh, I just have this crystal on
So
me, though.
there is the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges. That they should entrust so precious,
away.
thou standest apart from thy kin.
Don't restart
Thou
Steam
art
while you're
the bringer
streaming.
of light, aye. But there is something more in thee.
Yeah, it's called a willingness to whoop your ass if you don't come to the table.
Very well. I shall consider
Yeah,
thy
that's what I
proposal.
thought.
Shouldst thou survive my trial.
Ah, son of a bitch. Just like Noctis said, why do you guys always gotta do this trial bullshit? Can't you just trust me when I say it?
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role.
Just-
Whether mine eye,
Just wake me up when it's time to kill him.
thereby that thou hast
I'm tired of his
strength enough to
monologuing.
stay the darkness
I'm just gonna nap.
threateneth to consume thee.
I'm just gonna nap. He's not worth my time anymore. He
If
talked
thou
too long.
shouldst be found wanting,
That's why I need
know
a thing.
that all
I need a
men
button
shall perish in the
that
storm
says-
of my judgment.
that says interrupt monologue with attack. That should be something added to every game ever where there's a guy that monologues. Interrupt monologue with an attack. I mean, it'll get you into trouble at some point because you'll be talking to like a guy who's trying to tell you about the daily
Come
specials,
to me,
you know, at
bringer of
the
light.
cafe or whatever. Interrupt with
I
attack.
shall
Wham!
await thee on the
Get out of here,
field of
NPC.
battle.
Give me the coffee. Yeah, field of battle. We'll go fight him. What do you think, Ishtola? Good idea, bad
Urianger,
idea?
It is rare indeed to find you so far from at home.
Oh, Urianger's here. Uber Danger himself, huh? Oh, he's taking pictures.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I
do
looked
like
upon
Majestic
his
Beard,
visage,
man, but I
save
have to
in
talk
painted
trash about him because
renderings made
he
faint
wasn't
by
playing
time.
fair ball.
Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady.
Oh, yeah, you see a primal, it's gonna affect you. Oh, regular goggles. He had to switch out to regular goggles.
Aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramu, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
You want to watch me fight? Sure, it's like the Super Bowl for you. I get it. Yeah, go ahead. I don't care. People watching me fight makes me fight better. I don't want to embarrass them and myself. Or, like Scott Pilgrim said to Chris Evans, there are girls watching. Somebody get me my board. It's such a great movie. I should quote it more. First, we're going to kill Violet Screech. You're a bad person. Okay, Scourge. You know why you're having problems? Because my arm hair is getting into your ear. You okay, Bugsy? Just had a dream. Alright, so we are going to do Ramu. Who wants to come? Oh. Hi, friends. Mind if I send some invites out? Alright. Cool. Alright, so let's see. Do we have one more spot? Is this a 4-person? I think it is. Trials? Wait, who is this guy? Striking Tree. Okay, so this is an 8-man. So, anybody who wants to come along for Ramu, let me know now or forever hold your peace. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and do the join. So, here we go. We're gonna pug a few people. It'll be alright. Boom. And now we wait. Oh, an Ifrit. Good. Ifrits are good for fighting Ramus. You catch the beard on fire, his power goes up in flames. It's all like ash before the wind. Guy came back. Damn red cabbage over there. Get out of here, cabbage! We gotta do that. There we go. Solve that problem. Yeah, let's kill these things too. They're jerks. Alright, we're good. Now we can wait. Now that the area is secured. Wow, that's Bahamut? You just get Bahamut to follow you around. Alright. I thought he was locked up in a moon. Oh, he don't care. Teal Bahamut's just gonna go around smashing people. That was cool. I didn't know summoners could do that. Oh, okay. Actually hurting my hand now. Can I move my hand? You can rest on my arm, just not on my wrist. Murder. I know, buddy. Scourge just did the thing that I love that cats do, is when they stretch their front paws out and then bring it back over across their face and then go back to sleep. Love it. Easily in the top 3 cutest cat moves. Maybe top 5. I'll have to get a definitive list together. Speaking of which, does anybody want to do like those tier list things? I see them everywhere and I've always thought about doing it. They seem like a lot of fun. That's cool. That's a good entrance. What can I say? I'm a lightning fanboy. That was like a triple entendre. Oh, big angry staff, lightning from the sky. All right. Listen here, Greybeard. We're gonna fight you. Oh, we're already fighting him. Okay. Ow! Sorry, I got that one on the tank. That was my bad. Sorry. Ah, jeez. Okay, we get back in. All right, we're good. We're good. Let's get that going. We're gonna get that going, and then we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna give him that. Get out of range. All right. Put that on him, and put that on him. Yeah. No, I don't know. I haven't done this fight in a while. The last time I remember doing this fight was when it was on Extreme. I'm trying to get away from that person, but they didn't want me to. You ever trying to run away from somebody in a fight and then they just come after you anyway? So you're like, get out of range, I have an AoE on me. And they're like, yeah, I know, I want some too. And you're like, you don't want any of the fire that I have right here. Oh, I accidentally picked up an orb. That's not good. Where's my... Oh, that's my phone. Okay. Not look at my phone while I'm fighting Remu. That seems like a pretty obvious thing to do, right? Jeez. Oh wait, we're supposed to be killing this guy? Let's kill this guy. Kill the ads. Makes sense. Okay, that guy's done. Good thing is we have a fair amount of... Ah! That didn't help. Let's get him now. Yep, you're shooting lightning between everybody. Don't worry, we're going to take you down. Increased sentence? That's not good. I should definitely be paying attention. Here we go. I think I died. No, we're good. I'm just paralyzed from everywhere down. Oh. 30 seconds of this? Oh. I done messed up. I'm gonna be over here for a good long while. So this is what you don't want to do when you're actually fighting this boss is get that to happen to you, because then you're out of the count for a good long time. At least until I think something gets me. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, now I can play again. Oh my gosh. That was the worst I did. Okay, hang on. We're gonna just move a little bit. Yeah. To me, mine arbiters. Okay, yeah. Arbitize. Where are they at? That's alright. I got this one now. Not gonna catch me again. With my pants down like that. Not today. Do I have to get close to this person? Or away? I don't know. I'm just gonna get away from them. Over here. Get some health back. Nope, just gonna die. Man, I am so good at this game right now. Let me tell you something. Distracted by all the missing cats in my life. Oh well. The important thing is that we had fun while we did it. And that I didn't cause an actual wipe. And we almost got him down now, so I'm going to scratch the back of my neck. I'm going to slap the 3 button. I'm going to slap the 4 button. I'm going to hit him a couple more times. Gotta get further away. Okay. Then it'll break. Okay, we got it before I could die again. Not gonna be doing more bosses today. That was just painful. Oh, he's charging up for his ultimate attack. Or no, he's just disappearing. Oh, did we actually kill him? Ah. Party-wide damage. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Delavash. I was trying to be better, but yeah, there was a lot of people running into stuff.
Bringer of light.
Oh, maybe he didn't die? Or is he going to talk to us as a lightning orb?
And I judge thee a worthy.
That makes sense.
The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine.
Yeah,
Shrink not from employing thy
I
strength
was not
in
paying
service
enough
to the
attention.
forest and the wider realm
But
beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them.
I have some people to text back later about things. I'm also going to offer them some cats. Be like, hey, that's real nice. You want a cat?
It shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Just been informed that our rescue kittens love carrots. My first response is, why are you feeding them carrots? Cat. You don't feed a cat carrots. Well, maybe you do. I don't know. We have a cat, Kakar, who likes to eat all kinds of weird stuff. He likes broccoli. He's a weird cat. I'm looking at some of these memes in Discord. Death, famine, pestilence, and Steven! Love it. My Chocolo's named Steve. It's my go-to name when I need to name something. I didn't know this guy had a tech. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah.
Thou
His
hast
tank buster.
slain
Don't
the
you have to
Lord
pick
of
up the little
Leaven.
orbs so you don't
Regrettable act.
lose the...
Necessary one.
Wait, I might be remembering this fight wrong. I've never tanked this. No, I have tanked this fight. A long time ago. And I don't think that I actually did it synced. I have no idea. My memory of the boss fights in this game is just eroded away like the soil on the side of a lake.
In witnessing thy
Okay,
struggle,
okay.
the truth
Thank
hath
you.
been
Thank you,
revealed
Tech. I
unto
was
thee.
so worried that I
If
was
I
like,
mistake
wait, did I
not,
actually forget that?
It may yet prove a chink
Yeah.
in the eternal armor of the Asians.
Ah, the eternal armor? I don't
Let
know
us
if it's
conclude
eternal
our
armor.
present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
At the Rising Stones. Excellent. Thank you, Uber Danger. Now we'll be continuing on our 12's Wood journey. Alright, problem solved. Let's go back to the tree land. Woo! Wait. Wait a minute. I think I can just get in this car. Yeah! Where are we going? That is a big whale. Flying car. Woo! Oh, are we getting on the whale? Okay, let's get on the whale. Apparently there's only 2 spots on the whale. Oh, that's okay. I'll ride Steve back. Thanks. Woo! Come on, Steve. Let's get out of here. Can't get up there. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Do I gotta go down? Oh, no. I'm stuck. Ah, damn. I gotta go around. Ah, this is horrible. What was I thinking? Okay, here we go. We're good. We're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. There is no reason to panic. There's no reason to panic. I'm just gonna follow this whale that I found in the woods. To freedom. Freedom from the woods is to be found following a whale through the woods. Yeah. Quality. We call this the kind of content people come back for. Scourge, you have returned. Dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? The Luna whales ate seeds. Funny story, I actually owned a Luna whale. Because I wanted the whale because it plays the whale. So when I got back into this game, I saw that they had a whale and it was on sale. And I had just finished playing Final Fantasy 2. Which if you've played Final Fantasy 2, there's a whale airship you get. And I was like, oh, I gotta have it. So I bought it. I'm not saying it was a mistake, but it does have the moon music when you get into it. It's pretty nice. He challenged you to a test of arms? It is well then that you have some experience in such matters. Yeah, well, we knew there's gonna be violence, okay? If there's a primal, odds are violence is about to follow. It's just their MO. They're all hopped up on the scent of their own damn ether piss, and all they do is get mad when nobody acquiesces to their will. All it takes is one guy who can't be tempered to get in there and stab them. Then they change their tune. Funny how that works. I love that giant chocobo. He makes me happy. The peoples of both Gridania and Little Solus will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest champion of peace. Yeah, champion of peace. Do I have to open up an office for that? You have performed a... What is that, the Kirin Delavash? Is that the one you get from all the other ponies? Maybe. You performed a monumental duty this day, the Mega Pony. Ah, okay. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. We'll call her on the phone. We have link pearls for a reason, my dude. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experience firsthand. Yes, I know. Pray return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at the Nafika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well, Scourge. I do like the claw mount, too. It's just... The way it holds people is just funny to me, like... the claw! That's all I think about. Yeah, it's fun. It is fun. I love how it's like, it picks everybody up the same. Like they're just a... Like they're just a bad, like, puppy or cat or something that you pick up by the scruff of the neck. I don't think you actually pick up children by the scruff very often. Not human children. But, like, animals, yeah, for sure. Anyways. Let's, move right along. Back to New Gridania. Oh, that's a fun one. I like the bombs. I'm worried about them, though. I like that chair, too. Anything that's like a non-standard mount I usually enjoy. Like chairs, it's funny. It's just a flying chair. Come on, what's not to like about that? Oh, man. Murder on my hand. Okay. Yeah. No. Not a... You can get some mounts in Gridania. I'll probably have to do that. What I'll end up doing is I'm going to do some research and probably find a like a mount guide or something that I can do. And then I'll make a day of it. We're going to go over here, then we're going to go to the Conjurer's Guild. Yeah, and we'll see how many we can get. Like, we'll do all the extreme primals. I'll probably wait a little while to do it so we can just, like, go hard. And yeah, it'll be fun though. I mean, we'll fight it once regular, and then we'll just desync and just slaughter it for hours until it gives us the stuff we want. Oh, that was a big stretch there, Bugsy. And my stomach just rumbled too. Did you foresee this turn of events, Cat? With your mystical prophetic cat powers? That's why cats have 9 lives. They need to use a couple of them to tell the future. To see how many more lives they need to bank up for a certain amount of time, you know? Alright, Connie. Tell me what's up. I can do this.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you.
Now you can see Bugsy better.
Most glad am I of this.
What is it? Why are you so concerned? It's because there's talking upstairs. You know, you don't have to worry about talking in the room above me. You'll hear them coming before they come down here to get you.
I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramuh ended in conflict. Pray tell me.
Well, I don't know that it ended in conflict per se, but he's dead. Aw, thank you.
Ramu made trial of
Thank you for that, Shaz. I appreciate that.
I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate the message. Thank you.
It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence,
Yeah,
one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to
It's
the
true.
rising flood of refugees.
The rising flood of refugees.
Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet
Oh,
the ties
jeez.
which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest.
Look, you have a lot of talk for talking about gross self-interest. I mean, you were the first one, Connie, that was willing to surrender to the Empire. The first one to throw the towel in. You're wearing white. We could put you on a flag and just wave you around and surrender just as easily. So maybe you should check your pacifist self. Not that I'm saying that violence is always the answer, but historically in video games, violence is usually the answer. So to be a pacifist in a world like this, I
The scars of
struggle to
the
fathom
begin
it.
to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose.
Sense of common purpose.
Yet
Your sense
now
of common
is scarce
purpose,
the
maybe.
time to forget our
I've
shared
never had a better
responsibility. If this new
idea of
strong
common
world
purpose
is to
ever.
survive beyond its infancy,
That's the ticket.
it must
Put that on a
needs be
t-shirt.
nurtured by all.
Be from my ADD product line where I just spout off nonsensical shit and hope that it makes sense to somebody at some point. Sometimes it doesn't even make sense to me.
Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off.
Well, you know, I don't know about far off, but yeah, it's a bit of a ways, and it's never gonna get there with you trying to do it. You're gonna walk into a room. Let's all be friends.
behalf of
Let's
the
not
people
be
of
friends.
Rivendell
Let's talk about our
and the elemental
differences.
spouse,
Come to
I
understandings.
thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little.
You tried to
in
do some
return.
cute girl stuff right there.
As leader of this
Be like,
nation,
oh,
I
you come
shall
to my aid
endeavor
so
to prove a
much.
more worthy ally to your
I
cause
feel like I'm being
henceforth.
manipulated. Just saying. Before anybody gets mad about that, men and women manipulate each other all the time. It goes round,
Lord
round,
Ramu
baby,
has
right
departed,
round. Like a record
Yet
baby,
the keening of
right
this ill
round.
wind grows no
around.
less insistent.
It's all about finding the light type of manipulation that you enjoy personally from a person that you enjoy personally. Yeah, pretty much. I think that squares that one up. Statement done. Boom, boom.
Voices of
Real
the
easy. We
voice.
can clip that later.
Please speak and
That's a
I
YouTube
shall
short if
listen.
I've ever seen one.
What
I don't care what you say anymore, Connie. You're annoying me with your dumb voice. All this pie in the sky hope shit. I'm the one in the trenches fighting. It's real easy to have high morals and ideals right here in this safe treehouse that you built. I'm out there fighting. Fighting. You know how many primals I've killed today? Just that one. But you know what? Sometimes it's more than one. Sometimes I just be going around killing primals. It's like a mini game at the Golden Saucer. I just realized I could do like a slightly funny bit where I like chest bump my mic like, you want to fight? You want to fight? You can say something? I have no idea. I have no idea, Tim. I did that one like, that was like last week. I already forgot about it, okay? The only I remember broad strokes, not individual things. I'm sorry. Ultimate weapon. Well, no, okay, so once you get... Hang on, I do remember. It's coming to me, slowly but surely. I haven't had a lot of sleep, so... Brain is not fight... Yeah, it's very long. So once you are... So you got to do the whole operation, right? So AlphiNO will come along and be like, this is where we... It'd be like, and this is where we actually move our forces in order to have the maximum benefit. These ones will come over here. My plan is so good. Excuse me a second. Oh, I'm just such a great AlphiNO. And then, yeah, the force cutscenes take a long time. Yeah, thanks, Tech Coon. and the fight's long, and then when you're done with the fight, you're not done with the fight, and then when you're done with that fight, you're not actually done with that fight, and then you get more cutscenes. So it's a long time, and the fight to get there is even longer. Yeah, that's about it. Well, yeah, go get you some sleep. Yeah, I wish that, well, here's the problem, right? Because I think, so when you're planning out cutscenes for a game, and this is just me spitballing, I've never actually designed a game, but I would imagine from my experience in planning out other things, like, logistical supply chains and whatnot, I could maybe speculate a little bit on this from a position of, go to sleep, Tim. Holy crap. Yeah, go to sleep. You gotta wake up in, by my clock, 6 hours? Yeah, if I used to be able to operate on 6 hours of sleep in my 20s, no problems. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I was definitely born with it at that time. But now as I grow older, because I'm in my 30s now, I'm definitely finding out that I was not born with it. It was definitely Maybelline. And I have to deal with that. So now 6 hours, I'm like, why do I hate myself so much that I'd only give myself 6 hours of sleep? Yeah, so... good time. But go ahead, go to sleep. Do your cutscenes tomorrow. Oh, anyways, yeah, cutscenes though. So I think what they do when they design the game, obviously, they try to find a way to move the cutscenes so that you're not getting too much story dump at a certain point. And I imagine that there is a specific point when designing a story, and maybe a writer could tell me more on this. Not like a focal point or a flash point, but like a point where you don't want to expose more past a certain point because you've put too much information into a reader's head or to a viewer's head, right? You need to give them time to then back off to process what they've seen and then go from there. But when you start getting to like some of the end stuff where they got to wrap up everything real quick, you just get these massive downloads, right? Because it's effectively, the end of the game, right? And so if this was still when ARR first came out, we wouldn't care so much, because it would be, oh, this is we beat the game. But now that we have to go through that 4 times total before we get to the next expansion in November, it's going to be like, shit, it's like a month away. I knew it was October, but for some reason it didn't process that November was after October. I've been slacking. Ah, these cats are sapping my time. I love you guys so much, but you take so much time. Okay. Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, Scourge? Yes, indeed. I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which you responded to the Primal Sudden challenge. Adroit? Adroitness? How do you pronounce that word? Google! How do you pronounce adroitness? Adroitness. So it's pronounced adroitness. Say it for me. Do it.
Adroitness.
Just like that. Let's do it on fast version.
Adroitness.
I said it right. Adroitness. Nice. I love it when I get a word right that I haven't actually spoken out loud probably ever in my life. That's a funny thing too, right? Have you ever thought about the words that you speak out loud compared to the ones that you just say or like say in your head? At least after this. Work my way to get the car. Yeah, get in the car. That's important. But like, some words, like, for example, if you read regularly or you do any reading, there's going to be a lot of words that you read that you don't use in everyday conversation. And not from necessarily a lack of it, or from a lack of opportunity, but from a lack of, adding a word to your vocabulary can be somewhat difficult, right? Because you have to, one, know the definition and the proper way to say it, which for some words can be unpleasant. And then you have to make sure you're using it right, otherwise people are going to just laugh at you. So what I try to do is to use words and say them wrong and in the wrong context sometimes, and then just try to pawn it off like it's right. Because, BSing people is fun. Maybe I'm a dick, but I love it. I love it. My friends know me for it, but they just shake their head and they're like, no! Queen does it a lot. If I say certain words wrong around her, she gets mad. fishing and eating burritos. Rackwill, that is the life. I mean, fishing and eating burritos? Are you kidding me? That sounds like an amazing... How do we sign up for that? I want to... Is that a job? How do I get that job? Actually, I've had a hard time eating burritos ever since one literally exploded my gallbladder. I told that story earlier, but... Oh, you never get to see her face, man. You never get to see her face, Tim. Never. And it seems, too, that Urianger was pleased with the outcome. What say you, Scourge? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lessons of the day? Yeah, sure, let's go back to the Rising Stones. Hey, Queen, are you here? Paging Queen into the chat. Paging Queen in the chat. I'm just wondering if you are currently available to maybe deliver some puns while I go to the bathroom. Just maybe. Almost in Heaven's Ward, yeah. Yeah, Gaius Booty called her hard. He was like, be at my room in an hour. And she was like, oh, I will. And I saw that, I was like, yeah, that's a booty call. He basically just said to her, hey, you up? Slid right into those DMs. So the Black Wolf got to see what she looked like, but nobody else does. That's probably one of her things. She doesn't like the people looking at her or whatever. Queen might not be around. I'm going to have to suffer for a while. Excellent. Welcome back, Scourge. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Urianger's discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascians' immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together. Scions! Assemble. Yeah, my room in an hour? Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, Gaius knew what he was about. Man had some moves. Of course, you could also just consider it, abuse of a commanding officer, which is... Yeah, that's sketchy. There's a reason they have those rules in the military. Alright, let's begin, Minfilia.
Urianger, the floor is yours.
Alright, Uber Danger. Tell me what's up. Turn on the 5G, boys and girls. We gotta listen to Uber Danger now.
Assembled now know, in its final hours as our order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor.
Ascians are always unexpected.
Speak of the Ascian clad
Night,
in
Tim.
white.
Have a good one. We'll see you later.
Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected.
It was long
that
suspected.
The Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
It is a temporary inconvenience. Thank you, Uber Danger.
In the intervening time, Urianger and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
Oh, do I really look that white on camera? Crap. Adjust my camera. I look so washed out right now. Holy crap.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will
White
allow
balance is a
us
thing.
to unravel the twisted
Jeez, I thought I
skein of
fixed
their
that.
existence.
Hold on. Add it to the list of things to work on tomorrow. Hey, thank you, Streamlabs, and let me just throw that out again. If you're watching the stream and you're liking what you're seeing, go ahead and give us a follow. Really helps the channel out, helps me out, helps us grow. Good times had by all. We also have links to our Discord, Twitter, and YouTube down in the description. Subscribing on YouTube is free, also helps the channel out. Discord is also free. We have a lot of free options for supporting the channel. I think they're all good. I try to make sure I post cat pictures every day on Twitter. Cat pictures or memes are always flying in our Discord, thanks to a few people. Not everybody is in on it yet, but we get a lot of people do a lot of good memes there. I enjoy them. They make me happy. People know, is it Carrie? She's in there. She's always dropping memes. They're always dropping memes. I don't know, whatever. And yeah, I like them. Shaz recently did a good one. It was very nice, considering everything that's been going on. So yeah, I guess the point is, follow us in more places. We try to have a lot of fun.
In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension.
Well, it wasn't quite ascension. I think they turned on his immortality switch, but they turned him into energy, and as we all know, primals eat energy for supper.
The etheric
First
readings
breakfast,
taken
second
by
breakfast.
Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
Brunch, 11sies, lunch, supper, dinner, afternoon tea. That's what primal's like.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
Wow.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might
Yush-
better be understood
Y'shtola?
in the context of mine own.
I've been saying it wrong this
Taken
whole
at
time.
the
It's
instant of
Y'shtola.
the Lord of Levin's demise.
Y'shtola.
Unlike the primal, the
As opposed to
Sahagin was not
Noshtola.
subject to etheric dissipation.
Y'shtola and AlphiNO.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Do we have to recall what we know of etheric behavior? I didn't come here for school. I came here just to talk and get the next quest. People are literally murdering me here. Why do I need to be assaulted like
Let
this?
us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm.
Yes, this is known.
In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
Reincarnation, gotcha.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls.
Reincarnation, gotcha.
Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Yeah, unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem
Diablo
to live,
knockoff
their
Ifrit.
flesh is but ether given shape.
Looks very D3. Nom 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 nom.
Thus,
Gotta
the
get those
defeated
crystals,
primal
y'all.
leaves behind no broken
Gotta
thoughts.
catch them all, gotta catch them
Rather,
all.
The essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
There we go.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their
Alright.
offering of crystals and make for itself.
Oh, I got the hiccups.
body.
Oh. Oh, that was bad. Oh, I thought I died. Okay, I'm better. We're good. Oh, man. Who needs lungs and
Which brings us on to
esophaguses?
the
You just
third
replace that
the
with
so-called
plastic
immortals.
bags and
They
PVC
exist in a
piping, right?
manner
You can get that
all
off of
their own.
Amazon.
Quite.
Send help.
Even as the Sahagin
I can't
elder
send
fell
help.
to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
And they gave him the helmet, too? Neat.
A soul that
Buried in
dissipateth
kittens.
not upon the death
Look.
of the flesh.
I'm jealous of not being buried in kittens, so you're just going to have to deal with that. I can't help you right now, though.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
What would happen?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Yeah, it just floats around.
Nay, it
Buried
merely
kittens.
withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
So it just hangs out in the great void. Like a demon.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them.
Oh, so it just
The
orbits.
Asians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
All right.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
Thancred, we're never going to forget about the fact that you got possessed by a bad guy. It's just not going to happen. I mean, yeah, you can make up for it by being awesome and having witty one-liners and stuff throughout the rest of the game, but you're always going to have that black mark on your record, dude. And it's not necessarily, a bad... Well, I mean, it is a bad thing, but, we know you didn't have any control over it. But you're always going to be on a watch list, Thancred, if that's even your real name.
I
FBI
am
watch
sorry,
list
my
starring
friend.
Thancred. I'm just saying.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
Okay.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm.
They are licking
Thus
you?
was he consumed by
makes
Leviathan.
sense. Oh, we need a
If
crystal.
we could entrap
Okay.
the spirits of defeated Asians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection,
Ooh, got him. We just gotta intercept him is all.
Therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
Yeah, consigned to oblivion.
These things
The
are,
dustbin of
course, far
history.
easier said than
The
done.
garbage
At
can
present, we
of
lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish
writing
an
stuff that
Asian
happened in the
soul.
past. Damn it. That was gonna be a good one too, and I just dropped the ball. I
Yet
do suck
I
at
believe it to be
basketball.
possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I'll circle back to that comment later and we'll see what happens. Or I'll just get upset and talk about cats some more. You know the frequency that cats purr at actually helps them
I will
heal?
depart at once
And it's been
to
proven
convene
that it
with the
helps humans
sages
heal
of
as well.
Sharlayan. Together shall we divine the steps by which
Why
our
cats purr when
goals
they're
may be
injured.
achieved.
So, yeah, cats can actually help heal people with purring. The more you know. It's probably why I stay so healthy. I got a lot of purring cats around me, just good vibes constantly pouring in. Like, these purrs are like mainlining right into my arm here to the rest of my body. Ooh, cat facts. In just 7 years, one unspayed female cat and one unneutered male cat and their offspring can result in 420,000 kittens. That's a lot of cats. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That could totally make sense. Because in Australia, they're having a cat problem, right? The cats are killing everything in Australia. Like the indigenous peoples of Australia go and hunt cats and eat them for food. Because the cats kill everything else. Can't confirm. Help. Cats everywhere. I have too many kittens. Ah, jeez, Delavash, I know that pain.
I have the utmost faith in you. Alphon.
Yeah. Was that, oh yeah, that's Bond. The Bond's the one on you, isn't he? Judging by that picture I was sent.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I
can
would
do it,
raise
yeah.
one final matter.
Let's see if I can get the
Even
microphone
now,
over there
a
so you can hear
Sharlayan
Scourge making
survey
like
party
fart
seeketh
noises
to
cleaning
ascertain
himself.
the
It's
fate of the
hilarious.
students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but
Okay.
abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I will abide in hopeful prayer. Yeah, that's a big
I
yikes,
shall,
Piper.
Archon. Thank you.
Look at you, Delavash. You got the points now. Has even more points. Nice. You ain't being poor today. Let me go broke. Not today, Delavash. Not today. You shall suffer your winnings. And suffer them well. Hey, why is your leg on me? Bruh. Here we go. The Lord of Levin is returned to the Aether, as was Leviathan before him. Yeah, Igor. Nabrialis. Ramus' acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Warla, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. Says Emerald Lolth? I don't know. Anytime I see Lolth, I just think spiders and Forgotten Realms. Met her once in a game. Should have died. Made a fort save. Managed to get away. It's the Kingdom Heart people, right? Yeah, this is the same. I mean, it's all Square, right? Probably did this. They know what they did. The Ascians are the enemy. Same place, too. Yeah? The limitless potential of man. Alright, I'm going to make a confession here. I only ever finished the first Kingdom Hearts game, and I don't remember the ending. I never played any of the other ones. And Queen is going to now berate me about it. Heidelin's servant grows mightier by the day. Oh. They're good games. Like, the first one that came out, I really liked. Kingdom Hearts is a very good series. I will say that. It's a very good series. It has some like, I don't know, I just say, not like adult concepts, but, you know, like 18-year-old adult concepts. Is now Donald Duck has a Glock. Yeah, he's a wizard, right? So it takes the Disney characters and puts them through Square Enix universes. And sometimes Disney universes. Well, no, it takes so I think the way it was shown to me in the first one was that the Square Enix universes were falling apart and they had to go to Disneyland to stop them from falling apart. And so it's like Square Enix characters in Disney worlds, like Tarzan and shit, doing stuff. The Glock Mage, yeah, gun mages. Hey, Pathfinder has a really good, last 2 years? Okay. Pathfinder has a really good gun wizard that you can do. It's a type of specialist wizard. They get to use guns. They put spells into guns, and then they shoot people with gun spells, and it's awesome. I mean, just put a dust... I've been thinking of next character I make, I should play a gun mage and just, you know, put a duster on, play poker, and call myself Doc Holliday. Gunbreaker. Yeah, there's a gunbreaker in this game. There's also machinist. Yeah. I mean in tabletop RPGs. And don't worry, Ratgoyle. You don't have to go and play all the entire backlog of RPG games. But there's a few good ones I could throw out there at some point. Some of my favorites. Like, for example, if you haven't played Secret of Mana, it is one of the absolute best RPGs ever designed, bar none. If you disagree, I'm sorry you're wrong, because Secret of Mana is amazing. I think they did a remake for PS4 you can play, and it was originally released for the Super Nintendo. And even with Super Nintendo graphics, it's still a super fun game. Because they can't use magic? Ah, okay. Fair point. Alright. Yet he prospers at great cost to his mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Oh, I'm sorry, Scourge. I actually put my elbow on his tail. I said I was sorry. Gotta pet him some more. I wish they would describe why suddenly Heidelin's strength is finite. Like, they don't explain why. They just say that she doesn't have infinite strength. It doesn't make sense. Gun blades were made before guns. Yeah, that is weird. It takes a bit. Oh, okay. I can understand that. It can be hard to get into RPG style games or into any game sometimes, you know. Finding one you like can be difficult. Final Fantasy XIV, we kind of are in a boom time for them, right? They've made all the changes to make the game better. We have a mature gameplay marketplace, right? Like they got rid of all the stuff that you had to, like, you know, you had to level up all the other side classes, you know, to get to like Paladin or whatever, or to any of the advanced ones. You know, they removed a lot of fluff from the gameplay mechanics, so that now you have the benefit of a mature gameplay system coupled with excellent storytelling and graphics. So it's an actual super threat to the established MMO community. And now they have Endwalker coming up. And, okay, not a cat. We're good. Yet even as it innovates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. Yeah, me too. I played the game when it first came out, Tech-kun. When it was broken, 1.0. No, couldn't do it. And then I played it again when 2.0 came out for a little while. I played again when Heavensward came out. And I didn't get to much of the Heavensward content before I was like, I'm playing more. And then I played again for like 2 weeks when Stormblood came out, and then I haven't played regularly until now, actually. So, no, I totally get it. Yeah. This is my, fourth attempt at staying in Final Fantasy. And I do love the game. I loved it every time I played it, but I always got distracted by other things. Game ADD is a hell of a drug. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Ooh, who be this? Is this La Habrea? Ah! Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil. We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. I hope they do more explaining. Well, they do. I know they do a lot more explaining of the multiverse and stuff in Shadowbringers. I'm really looking forward to getting back to that. Is that the bad guy? He looks dire. Ah, fun. Sorry, Bugsy. Okay. What do we got? Now the matter of Ramuh has, for the present been put to rest. There is something I would show you, Scourge. What's that, Minfilia? Is it a letter? Oh! It is a letter of thanks signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. We should frame that and put that on the wall. That's like your first dollar at a business. Reminds me of something I have to check. It's okay, I don't need to stop what I'm doing really for it, though. It mentions, in particular, the names of all the defeated primals, Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mughal the 12th, may his name forever be blessed with wisdom, Leviathan, and now Ramuh. That was rough. Needless to say, there's only one among our number to have faced them all. Yeah, it's me. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. Neat. Sorry, I got distracted by something. I, too, must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero, Scourge, and Eorzea is that much safer for your presence. Yeah. I don't even smile. Jeez. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, The primals, too, will return to plague us again and again and again. It's a lot of points, Delavash. Oh! And there they go. And yet, despite all this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow. And there is no greater gift. I mean, like, I knew it was coming, but I didn't want to say anything because I was hoping it wouldn't, but I knew it was. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to handle that, Tech-kun. The next expansion is supposed to be the ending of the whole story with Heidelin and Zodiac. Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do after that, right? Like, are we going to have, like, a final rejoining? Are we going to have an epic battle in the heavens? I mean, what are we going to do? Are we going to blow up the moon? Maybe they're going to release the next Final Fantasy MMO, Final Fantasy 22 Online. Once we finish the story. I don't know. I don't even know what number we're up to now. What are we up to? 17? I think 16 was announced. List of Final Fantasy games. Thank you, Wikipedia. Scroll to the bottom of this list. 15. Final Fantasy 16 is TBA on PlayStation 5. It was announced during the showcase event in 2020, so we're another 4 years away probably from the next Final Fantasy game. Yeah, Final Fantasy 15 is next. It was announced last year, so I'm guessing 3 more years, maybe at max. Like, a AAA game takes anywhere from 3 to 5 years to make. Yeah, there's still a lot of map that they could show for 14. I think what they're... I mean, and here's the thing, right? So, you have this rivalry between Heidelin and Zodiac. And I'm thinking they might just blow both Heidelin and Zodiac up, right? I mean, if we're just going to speculate. Or we'll see what happens, right? But I'm curious to see what they do with it. But at a certain point, they have to finish the light versus darkness arc, right? Because, you know, other Final Fantasy games, some of them weren't always about, you know, these big deific struggles between light and darkness. Some of them were, but other ones were a lot more personalized, you know, with just like Final Fantasy VI, for example, American Final Fantasy III, Japanese Final Fantasy VI. The main enemy in that, Kefka, simply wants to kill, maim, torture, cause as much chaos as he possibly can because he thinks it's fun, right? So he messes everything up in his goal to do exactly that. He was a really good villain because he was, well, I mean, he was effectively the Joker, right? He just wanted chaos and anarchy, and he wanted to watch it all go down. And, you know, there's a certain amount of respect you can have for a villain who acknowledges what they are and just revels in it, right? Because most villains are just people that are using, I mean, this is such a hot take, but most of the time, you know, villains are people who think society should, or something should be a certain way, and it's not, and they believe so wholeheartedly that they are right in their soul of souls and heart of hearts that they are willing to use whatever methods necessary to prove their point. That's what we usually see as villains, right? And that plays out across any kind of media. But it's rare that you see an evildoer or a villain who does it simply for the lulz, or simply for the fact of they enjoy being evil. They enjoy causing pain. And yeah, those are like psychopathic tendencies and whatnot, but it's a different kind of villain than what we normally get. Because, you know, the misunderstood villain is like the biggest trope now going on. And it has been for a while. You know, understandable villains, relatable villains, it makes them better characters overall. And, you know, I don't necessarily disagree that those characters shouldn't be that way. But when you have a different kind of villain or a different kind of hero, like it's why anti-heroes were so popular, like, you know, back in the 70s and 80s, right? When you start seeing like these anti-hero action stars rising to prominence, you know, in shows like, you know, Lethal Weapon and, you know, Die Hard, stuff like that, right? Where, I mean, yeah, they're heroes, but, you know, they're swearing and killing people along the way, you know? And ever since then, it's like half your heroes are anti-heroes, maybe even 3/4. Half to 3/4 of your villains are people with money problems or people who just believe that they're right and the world needs to acquiesce to their view of the world, right? And they're willing to use whatever methods to get to that. So it's now getting, you know, because it used to be like way back in the Maybach, that guy's evil. He does evil things because he's evil. And that was all the explanation you got. And at the time, all the explanation you needed. But yeah, Rambo After First Blood is a good one. Yep, that's another good example. And so I'm curious to see where they take the game after this, right? Because you have these ginormous deific powers in Zodiark and Hydaelyn clashing together. And we're stuck in the middle fighting this proxy war for them because should good and evil ever directly face one another, the entire world would be obliterated. Or universe is the usual thing, right? So you have to work through intermediaries when you start dealing with powers of cosmic proportions. And, you know, this plays out in comic books, movies, video games. So I'm really curious to see what they do next, because once you've finished a deific arc like that, it's really, really hard storytelling-wise to make another enemy relevant, right? Otherwise, you just get into this game of constant one-upsmanship with yourself. Yeah, exactly. And Stan Lee comes in with 100% relatable content. Like Peter Parker's Spider-Man being constantly poor, right? Like, how relatable is that? That makes him he's such a hero of the people, and he's one of the most beloved heroes in the entirety of Marvel's stable because he's so relatable, right? And so it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, where they go from here, because, you know, in comic books, you see a lot of that, you know, villain one-upsmanship as well. Like, all right, we fought Doctor Doom as the Fantastic Four. Who do we fight next? Oh, the Silver Surfer. Okay, we beat the Silver Surfer. Oh, he was just a herald for Galactus. Now you got to fight Galactus. Okay, we fight Galactus. Now what do we do? You've just fought a planet-eating terror from a universal threat. You managed to get to turn around and go wherever he calls home, right? Like, at a certain point, you're one up. You have to, you know, the stakes have to be raised because the stakes have to be interesting. They have to be real. But when you get into this, you know, storytelling one-upsmanship, it can be difficult to retain your audience's attention because eventually the one-upsmanship is just one-upsmanship for one-upsmanship's value. You know, like, we fought Galactus. Well, now what do we have? What is the King of all symbiotes? I think is the thing that they're doing now, like the King in Black. I don't know. I'm not a huge comic book fan, but I try to follow. You know, so it's like, you know, that's a problem that comic books fall into. And then when they reach the end of their one-upsmanship story arcs, they reset, right? Because, you know, Superman can only fight Doomsday so many times before it gets boring. Because the stakes aren't there, right? King in Black story ended. Yeah, I knew it ended. I know how it ended. I haven't gotten all the ins and outs yet. So I go to like Comics Explained on YouTube, and I listen to him talk. Rob Core, woo. He downloads a lot of information in my brain lately. Yeah. Let me tell you, Raw fans. Let me tell you something. He's a lot of fun. I enjoy listening to him. But I only listen to the stories that he's excited about. Like, I listened to one of his, like, low energy ones about something he wasn't interested in. I'm like, this is crap. I hate it. I want to hear him excited about something. So I had to go through a bunch of his videos until I found one he was excited about again. Because I want to leech off that excitement. I want to be told something by somebody who is excited to deliver that knowledge to me, right? Because it changes the entire dynamic, you know? If you can get somebody talking about something that they truly love, you're going to have a good conversation. That's what I like about him. He does a really good job of bringing that energy to the video. But all that to say, yeah, I'm curious to see where they go, because how are you going to keep people's attention after you have this this basically war in heaven, right? Hydaelyn versus Zodiark. Rah, to fight to end all fight. Rah, 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 rah. Epic rap battles are victory, as the saying goes. So what do you do? How do you make the next villain somebody to be afraid of, right? How do you put the same or more stakes on something when you've already saved the universe? What are you going to do next? That's why everybody says going to Disney World, because they don't know what they're going to do next. You know, going to Disney World's an acceptable answer. You just give that out because you have no damn clue what you're going to do next. Now, I would hope that the storytelling masterminds of Final Fantasy, Square Enix, would have a much better concept of where to go next after something like this. I truly believe they do, but I'm curious to see what it is. Because if it's just a game of one-upsmanship for the next, 12 years, you're going to lose interest halfway through. They got to mix it up. They got to make it change. And I think they know they got to make a change. So many ways I can go with it. Yeah, like I said, I've done a little bit of Shadowbringers. I don't want to talk, use some of the knowledge that I have now because I don't want to be wrong on it. But I am curious to see which way they go with it, right? Because there's, like I said, I've done some of the Shadowbringer stuff. I haven't done all of it on my like not even my main character anymore. I don't play him right now. I'm playing this guy. Speaking of which, Queen, if you're listening, make sure you go to the Free Company house and open the door so we don't lose it. Because that would be a pain in the butt. I like airships. They're fun to build. I'm a huge crafting nerd. But yeah, I'm really curious to see where they take it. And I hope that they don't fall into a one-upsmanship chain. But, even if they do fall into it, I'm sure it'll still be entertaining. Because at a certain point, if the story is entertaining enough, if there's enough cool things going on, you care less about the end and you care more about the journey. Journey before destination, as they say in, what is that? Book by Brian Sanderson, The Way of Kings. If you haven't read it, good stuff. Alright, was this something that she said, or was I reading it? I was reading it. Of the sylphs of Little Solus who wish not of conflict. Yeah. Of the Alamegans and the Domans who stand with us, determined to halt the dread march of the Empire. And then there are the many unsung individuals who have gathered here in Revenant's Toll, honest men and women who seek to employ their skills for the good of all. Of course, when speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow scions. I'm super intrigued to see where they take it to. Tech-kun, let me tell you something. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Asians. And combat it we shall. Yeah! Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust I will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. Says who? Oh, it's AlphiNO. Come in here. AlphiNO! I take it the troubles in Ul'dah no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. Yeah, as if she didn't know. That's alright, we'll talk about it later. Once I get through Shadowbringers, we'll see what happens. At this rate, I'm never going to make it through Shadowbringers. Tired and talking about cats. I should start just chatting earlier in the day. I'm going to start playing off stream or some shit. Jeez. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. Oh, jeez. Oh, you new organization? I have a message for you from... You recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Sure. Why, AlphiNO, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. He's like, ah! Don't mess around too much, you can probably get through. Yeah, it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Scourge. Okay, real quick. Oh, wait. The first official cat show in the UK was organized at Crystal Palace in 1871. Crystal Palace sounds like a strip club. Funny story about the Crystal Palace, actually. So, this one time I went on a vacation with a friend of mine. He was going to a bowling tournament. His bowling team made it to like nationals or some shit. I don't remember. So we had to go down to, was it Columbus, Ohio? I think it was Columbus, Ohio. We had to go down to Columbus so he could do it. This thing was actually at a casino, right? So we drive down there, and my friend is like, man, you know what I want to do? And he's like, well, I'm like, what do you want to do? He's like, I want to go to a strip club. I'm like, yeah? Now, mind you, at this time, this was before smartphones. If you wanted to look up something on Google, you actually had to go to a computer. And I'm like, I mean, I don't really want to go to a strip club, dude, but I'll like drop you off at one and come back later if you want. I got a nap to take, or I got something to do. I don't know what I'm doing in Columbus. Never been to Columbus before. And so we're driving and I see this place called the Crystal Palace. I'm like, that is a strip club. He's like, what? I'm like, the Crystal Palace? Come on. They'll have mirrors everywhere and like a chandelier. It's totally a trope name for a place. So we pull into the Crystal Palace. No, it was literally just sold crystal stuff like chandeliers and glasses and stuff. He hates me about that for months. He's like, hey man, you want to go to the strip club? I'm like, do you mean the Crystal Palace? He's like, and I'm like, I hate you. No, I don't want to go to a strip club, thank you. But yeah, Crystal Palace, what can I say? Heist 4, nice Delavash, get in there. Oh, that was, I remember what I was going to say. AlphiNO. I think he didn't actually remember her name. I feel like he set that whole thing up to make her think that she did, so that she thought she caught him in something, so that she'd be less on guard for what he's about to say. Manipulation 101 from Mastermind AlphiNO. Scourge, you have been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Yeah, sure. Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozen was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wishes to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Oh, it's not rude at all to say that. I'm streaming for about another 20 minutes or so. I'm keeping the stream times down to 4 hours. It's better for my health. Lets me get a bunch more stuff done afterwards that I need to get better at, like video editing and shit like that. So, yeah, no, it's not rude at all. Yep, our schedule is going to be 7 to 11 for the foreseeable future on the days that we stream. At least until I got to do some research to see if I want to move the time up or stream at a different time altogether, which I kind of don't want to do because I would miss you guys, I feel like, and I don't want to do that. So, yeah, it's a big thing I'm looking into. But, oh, wow. Okay, yeah. And I got to help take care of kittens, so, yeah. So, yeah, about another 20 minutes or something, Reckwell. Not spoiled by your stream. Ah, okay. That's fair. I wouldn't worry then. You'll have plenty of time to get ahead of us. At least tonight. I'm going to go talk to this kid. And... sorry, I'm coordinating on Discord with roommates about the kittens. All right. Excellent. Look, it's Mr. Scourge. He's back from his adventures. I am, Yozen. I am. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. I wish I could have seen you in battle. No, you don't, kid. It was brutal. I died. I got better, but... she turned me into a newt. Well, I got better, as the saying goes. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Mr. Scourge? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals. This is supposed to be relaxing? This isn't relaxing. I don't want to teach a bunch of kids how to do stuff. Get older. Learn on your own. Do what I did. Here's some money, kids. Get on a chocobo, carrot, or Gridania and start fighting like I did. Jeez. What is all this commotion then? Ah, it's Slathborn. Wait, that's not Slathborn. Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coutanet. Did you know that Mr. Scourge is back? Yeah, they see me. Yeah, so I tripped over a rock. My team beat up the primals. That's exactly what happened. That's 100% what happened. I just tripped over the edge of that little lake that he has and just face planted into the turf and just pretended I was dead like the landlord from Kung Fu Hustle. I just pulled the dirt from around that pot that broke in the back of my head together. Just played dead. So it would seem. Welcome home, Scourge. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I didn't know we were recruiting. I am known as Hoary Boulder. What? Oh, yeah, okay. Hoary Boulder, sure. And this bookish fellow is Coultinet. Coultinet? Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the art of combat. Look, I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. Yeah, you're like 3'5" on a good day and 40 pounds soaking wet, kid. I think you need to calm down and get your basic. Look, you were also malnourished your entire ride over here from Doma. Why don't we work on getting you some vitamin C, then we'll talk about hero trading, all right? Jeez, kids these days in video games. Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordona are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. Yeah, they're like level 40 and 50, dude. You gotta go beat up some ladybugs. Let's take them to Limsa Lominsa. They can just run around out there like crazies and just beat up the tiny bugs. Run away from Goobus like a real adventurer. I have a counter proposal. What if I were to cross swords with Scourge? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Oh, he just wants to fight to see how strong he is. That jerk. He's using the kids as a manipulation tool, this bastard. Hori, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Well, mayhaps I am. But what matters? The motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson, and he doubles down on the kid angle. What say you, Scourge? Will you consent to spar with me? Apparently the answer's yes. Hurrah! We're to have a tournament. Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. Oh, no. For the children? Think of the children. Try not to disappoint them, Yikes. Have faith, Coultinet. I shall summon every last ounce of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. Yes. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable to our purposes. I very much look forward to our bout. All right, cool. Turn that off too. All right, here we go. Let's get the F out of here. Bugsy, you're shedding your hair everywhere. At this rate, I'm going to have a brushing stream just for you, where I brush you for 4 hours straight to get all that extra hair you keep on you off. Damn. Ooh, Delavash, sitting pretty. Will this be the beginning of the new Delavash Empire? Alright. Wait, why are we in the one area where they can barely see us from town? That's not good. This might be a trap. It was good of you to agree to this, Scourge. I trust you are ready to begin? Yeah, I'm ready. Let's fight. Yeah. You're a tank, it looks like. I'm a deeps. This should be a match made in heaven. As we're loading. Very well. Let's not keep the younglings waiting any longer. The younglings. Hori, are you certain you wish to fight him alone? That is Scourge you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without Scourge to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Okay. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Should it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Okay, fine. Yeah, 2-1. That's great. Hello, you haven't begun yet, have you? Uh-oh. Word spread. We're going to have a hot dog vendor here soon. They're bringing in more people for me to fight? Ida, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find. Thought you could use a crowd to cheer you on. That's just what I need. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned Scourge's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Oh, what's a good reaction? This is like when Neo was fighting Morpheus in the original Matrix, right? And the kid just busts into the barracks and he's like, Morpheus is fighting Neo, and everybody ran and jumped over the tables. That's what's happening right now. What? My own popularity seems to be but a sickly shade in comparison. You best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Yeah, we gotta fight for reputation. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. When people get bored, no TVs. Truth. Facts, Tech. That is facts. You can win, Mr. Boulder. That's the first kid to get kicked out of the Adventuring Guild. When I take over. We shall soon see. On your guard. Look, you're not even wearing a helmet, dude. I understand your hair is feathered and amazing, but that's gonna be a downfall. Put a dot on him, see how he likes that mess. Apparently he didn't like that at all. Well, we've got one combo into him now. Pants are for squares. It's not over yet. We're just taking a second to talk about it before he Colton at the cult. It's time I joined the fray. On your feet, Hori. That's alright. I'll take you down first. If you're a healer, you gotta go. Magic user, sorry. You gotta take you down first. I'll put some more dot on you, see you like that mess. Got him! Oh no, he looks hurt. Well, he's a little hurt. What's that? Got a pimple on my neck. May 5th is No Pants Day? Oh, he's back. Okay. A little bit more. Here we go. Finish him off with a dragon. Of course he had to go invincible right when I was going to do my coolest move. It's the 6th in 2022. All right. Yeah, this is the same spear that brought down Ultima Weapon, boys. I don't think you got what it takes. Just saying. You have bested me. Whew, I yield. Yeah. Oh, hi, Scourge. Hey, don't call my chair. That was incredible. He beat both at the same time. It was incredible. We knew you couldn't lose, Scourge. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Yeah. Now I see why they send you to deal with the Primals. I have much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Yeah, woo, yeah. But see, now they get mad street cred for having fought me at all. Whoa! Big gamble live and a big win. Congratulations. Impressive as always, Scourge. It is ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. AlphiNO, why you gotta be like that? And judging by the smiles of these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Yeah, well, Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Oh, great, he's gonna add me into his marketing schemes now. AlphiNO. That's what it is. AlphiNO reminds me of an MLM like seller, right? That's what it is. That's why I don't like him. You want to make money from home? Well then, just buy this product here and I'll teach you how to sell them and then you too can be rich. I make 50 bajillion gil an hour every day I work from home, which is once a year. Or some shit like that. Probably runs a homeowners association too. Do you recall when first we met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of No. Maybe that's when we verbally met, but I saw you on that chocobo carriage, dude. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favorable. Dire problems of StarCrafting. Oh, jeez. My initial impressions, dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people, says the foolish child himself. Considering... Oh, there's a heist going on. Anybody wants to join the pay-to-piper heist? Type in ! heist with as much as you're willing to risk afterwards. I'd have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nations too self-involved and unstable. Oh, sure, that's what it is. Not the fact that nobody would listen to the little shit before I came along and the science started helping things. And he had an inn. Scourge. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. Okay. You can't see me pet him, but you can see this, so you know where he's at. As he gives me a look like, why are you holding up my tail? Thunk. It's funny. Okay, now you're just in the way. That's alright. Thank you, Scourge. Thank you. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, nor its history, nor any single nation. People? Is it the people, you're gonna say? Oh, it was the people. I didn't call that. These wonderful, often infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Yes, it's fun to watch the peasants work, is it, AlphiNO? You ivory tower bastard. Though we never put such feelings into words, I believe grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. Uh-oh, the poisonous frog! Got everybody except for Liv. I too will endeavor to take up the mantle of guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Oh, that's what he's gonna do. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the scions of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the new primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ascians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. Yeah, Scourge and Bugsy. Bugsy's getting her chin cleaned right now by Scourge. Kakar's over there on my dresser bathing himself too. He doesn't want to be upstairs because of the kittens. He hates them. Well, he feels threatened by them. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Blah, blah, blah. Poor Kakar. Yeah, he's an okay kitty, though. He's in a comfortable spot. It's not like he's suffering over there. He'll be alright for a few days until we can get the kittens cleaned up. So we're going to go and hand this back in, and then we're probably going to be calling it for the night. It's going to be a good spot to stop. Right in, there we go. Yeah, let's go. Kakar is a very social cat, so when he can't be with his people, like when he was younger, and even still to this day sometimes, he'll roam around, and he'll just be sad if he can't find his people. That was wild. Alright, AlphiNO. Thank you for coming, Scourge. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. Yeah. Sure. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Okay. What's your idea, champ? Color me curious. Pray forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the 7th Astral Era, the leaders of the 3 nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. A force multiplier? And then everything went wrong. Yeah, I feel like that's the entire story of ARR. I mean, it's not the whole story, but I feel like that's the real story behind the story. AlphiNO has a plan, and then everything went wrong. Then there's the record squeak, and you're like, and AlphiNO's like, I bet you're wondering how I got here. But he's still smarmy because, you know, that's how he be. Until he gets some character development. Bugsy, I'm sorry, I keep waking you up. Yet while the purposes of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. How? Why? I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, organizing something that big could be difficult, yeah, but I mean, give me a half hour and some paper and a pen and I'll map it out for you. That's something I love doing, by the way. I love this kind of stupid shit. Love it. It's why I love builder games. Oh man. Not necessarily that I'm good at them. I just geek out over all the options I can do, and then I just kind of stare at the screen while it's paused and plan stuff. It's not very riveting content, but it's a lot of fun for me personally. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to the Scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. So hold up. He wants to create an independent military force and doesn't see anything wrong with this. Yeah, because independent personal armies have always worked out throughout history. Every time. There's a reason that nations went from groups of mercenaries fighting to actual national armies. Yeah, what could go wrong with an independent military force that could rival any other grand company in Eorzea? Nothing could go wrong here. I mean, let's just think about this. What do you need to start an organization like that? Oh, what's that, Scourge? I don't know. Probably money. Where's the money gonna come from? Where's the money, Lebowski? Oh, it's coming from those Uldayan guys. That's where the money's coming from. And it's gonna be corrupt. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. 100% where the money's coming from. 100% where it's going. It's just all dirty money flowing into AlphiNO, and he's gonna become some kind of drug lord or something. That's what I'm. Well, maybe not a drug lord, but you know what I mean. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. Oh, so it's not even going to be under somebody experienced in leadership. I'm not saying Minfilia is the strongest leader ever, but she's going to be a lot better than AlphiNO. This is what, 12-year-old self over here. Actually, I think he's like, what, 15 or something? I don't know. I don't care. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. Well, yeah, but the refugee revolt was like a planned operation from bad faith actors in a government environment. Literally what happened. This is a bit different, dude. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goal of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. There's a lot of my proposed organization not going to be under Minfilia. Oh, this is so sus. Who would give this? That's the other thing. He's young, right? Clearly optimistic, 100% naive, and he thinks he can pull this off without any outside help because he knows what he's going to do and he's got to do this alone. This is so just doomed to failure. Oh, I can smell the doom from here. Doom, 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 doom. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey. Can I just click no? Can I just click no? Why not? I don't want to go with him on this bullshit road trip. I'm not even reading the rest of that. And I just agree. Square, you're killing me with this linear storytelling bullshit. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the bringer of light and his discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. You have to get them all anyways. Our first destination will be Limsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Why would I rendezvous go about my own business? Rendezvous with the Golden Saucer. I'm gonna play cards and shit. Damn AlphiNO. Ruining the Scions. Blaming him for everything. He's just my fall guy. Alright, I'm gonna move out of here. Into the... What's the name for it? The tavern area. Jeez. Yeah. The lack of sleep is very quickly snatching up to me. Alright. That's how it's gonna go. Alright. We're gonna call it here for the night. We're gonna be back tomorrow with some more strong content. Saturday we're not gonna be around, obviously. Sunday we'll be back. And we'll get everything going again next week as we normally do. Hopefully we won't have any more problems with cats. We'll see what happens. I'll keep everybody posted, either on Twitter, here on Twitch, or, you know, if you followed us on Twitch, or you've joined the Discord or the Twitter, then that'll be the best way to keep up. In the meantime, thank you to everyone who came out. Remember to get your pets spayed or neutered at your local veterinary clinic. It helps everything out. Never abandon your animals. I will find you. As the saying goes in my best Liam Neeson voice. But in the meantime, everyone have a great night. We'll talk to you later.